Hello friends, hello! I have never opened a notification quicker in my life. Haha, so glad to catch another paint with me. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. I don't listen to K-pop, but I'm pretty much just here for the art. Pretty excited for the stream to start. Yay, I'm glad, thank you. Yes, definitely welcome to have anyone join the stream. I am going to be painting K-pop idols, but like, as anyone knows who's been to my live streams before, we are always talking about all sorts of topics, so definitely don't want to exclude anyone who's not into K-pop. Happy to have you here for the artwork as well. And much like last time, I'm gonna have the reference photo on screen as well, which I think is like especially helpful for people who are not into K-pop, because then you have like a point of reference with what we're doing. And if you want to paint and draw along, then you're free to do so. Starting out with, right at the top, hydration reminder. And I'm just like letting people filter in before we get started. I'm gonna be pretty much using all the exact same things I did last week. And for those of you who weren't here, or as a refresher, this is what we worked on last week. We did two portraits. I did this warm-up sketch of Jungkook from BTS with a highlighter and ballpoint pen. And then over here, we painted Mingyu from 17. It's a touch dark, so let me just actually adjust the brightness here for you guys. Make it a little bit brighter. Hello, hello, welcome. So I actually, after the live stream, and when I was painting for my YouTube video yesterday, 2 days ago, I ended up doing another pass of like this kind of yellowy peach skin tone just to make him even more tan, because I felt like he needed it, and I'm quite pleased with how it turned out. It was quite fun working on this yesterday, or last week, I mean. Glad I can join. Gonna cook in the meantime. Yay, amazing. I just ate lunch. So yeah, usually how I do my live streams is I eat lunch right beforehand and then I eat dinner like immediately after. So I had leftover Thai food from yesterday's dinner and it was so good. Hope your food turns out well. Yeah, what are you, if you don't mind sharing, what are you making? So we're gonna be using I always forget what these are called. The Prima, some kind of watercolors. They're listed in the description. I forget what they're called. Yeah, Prima Tech something something. And then also the Paul Rubens watercolor set as well with my never cleaned palettes. I always like showing the swatch card for the Paul Rubens set because it's just so satisfying to look at. Let's stick that over here. Doesn't want to stay down. That's fine. We're setting the scene. It's 6 p.m. here in Belgium. Wow, so dinner time for you. It is late lunch time for me, I guess. 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. All right, so I actually don't need my palettes open at this moment in time. Put that over there. I'm gonna make a really easy sauce with cream and red curry. Then I'm just gonna make some fish and chop it into the sauce and eat it with rice. Really quick and simple. Ooh, that sounds good. I love curry. I usually go for red curry myself, actually. Red curry, or if it's Thai, I really like massaman curry as well. Okay. Or if it's Indian, I really like korma. Is that what it's called? That's the one I usually go for, which is not red. It's like, I forget what the base is. But Curry on rice is delicious. Or I guess there's also Japanese curry. I had that when I was in Seattle, actually. We went to a Japanese curry restaurant. Hi Tina, hi chat. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I'm gonna move, let's move the watercolors out of the way because I don't actually need them right at this moment. I'm gonna do some sketching first. I'm like slowly getting over my fear of sketching on camera. I just realized, oh, man, I thought I was doing good. I was like, I have everything I need, but I forgot my sharpener. So let me go get my sharpener. Aw, so nice to see like familiar usernames from last week's live stream. Yeah, I made it a weekend live stream this time because I know that a lot of people are like in work, like at work or school during the week, and I usually do my live streams like on Fridays, but I'm mixing it up and doing it on a weekend. The reason why I don't do it on weekends very often is because, you know, I like to have a weekend as well, but I usually have like, some kind of plans, but I did not have daytime plans today, so here we are. So what we're gonna do is, which by the way, what is everyone's weekend plans besides hanging out with me for this live stream? I'd love to know. Just making sure the birds are not trying to live on my balcony. As we know, this is an ongoing problem for me. So just as a point of reference for those of you who weren't here last time, this is the Mingyu reference that we used last time. Very handsome man. And then we did the Jungkook, Vampire Jungkook here. I still haven't seen the new V music video yet, but I look forward to watching it soon. I'm going to draw and work on YouTube videos. Oh, amazing! I love that. Spring break just started for me, so I'm gonna spend the week drawing and playing video games. I draw for YouTube. Amazing! I love that. Playing video games and spending the week drawing sounds great. Hi, I just watched last week's stream. Glad I could catch up and catch a bit of this week's stream. Yay! Happy to have you! Yes, this is a rarity for me to be live streaming back to back, like week after week. Normally I do one live stream a week, but I just had so much fun last time that I was feeling up for the task. So, whoops, what is going on? Okay, let's remove this. Electric pencil sharpeners are game changers. Highly recommend. Hello, everyone. Hello, Newton. Welcome back. Welcome back. So happy to see so many familiar usernames back today. Yes, an electric sharpener sounds amazing. I just haven't, I've never gotten one. Maybe I should look into that. Does anybody have any brand recommendations? I guess maybe part of the reason why I haven't really decided to get one is because I've talked about this before, which, oh my gosh, now I just realized I have to go get that sharpener as well, is I have a very specific sharpener. I have this specific sharpener that I use for my Prismacolor pencils because, for those of you who are familiar, Prismacolor pencils are super soft, which means they're like very pigmented and opaque, and I love that. But that also means they break really easily. So I have this sharpener that allows you to change how much of the lead is revealed. So I can make it really shallow so that it's sharp, but it's not super steep. Hold on, let me show an example. That I shouldn't have pulled out like such a pale color. Hold on. Okay. So you can see that with this one, there's like, it's a kind of stumpier lead reveal, and then this one is much longer. And I find that when I had my Prismacolors sharpened like this, they would just break off so easily. So that's why I have this sharpener for that, and then like a regular sharpener for the rest. So yeah, it's amazing. I don't remember what artist on YouTube I had seen using this, but I was like, that's gonna change my life. I need it, and I've loved it ever since. I have it linked in the description. I think I did list it as like T-Gal pencil sharpener or something, but it's linked in the description because I knew. I had the foresight. I was like, people are gonna wonder about this. So it's like an Amazon link, but you know, it'll give you like the full details of what it is. It's a Japanese brand, I believe, but I bought it online because at the time I was not in Japan. Okay. So happy to catch a chill weekend for me, just dyeing my hair bright pink. Ooh, I love that. We stan bright, fun colored hair in this household. I obviously don't currently have bright colored hair, but I have had a long history with brightly colored hair, and I miss it. I have that sharpener too. It's the best, right? It's life-changing. I've never heard of that sharpener. It's genius, right? Right. Okay, so we don't need it right now because we're just using my regular schmegular. I think this is by Staedtler. Yeah, Staedtler pencil sharpener. I think this one's from like Staples or something, like super basic. Okay, let's zoom in. Oh wait, first, here's who we're drawing today. We're drawing Hongjun, the captain of ATEEZ. I love him dearly. And we're mixing it up. Instead of doing a portrait, we're doing like a full, like fit pick body, full body moment because versatility. And also Hongjun is so well known for his amazing fashion. So I thought, let's do it. And then depending on how long we stream for, how much I get done, I might be able to squeeze in another portrait down here. And I will leave it up to you guys. I'm gonna leave it up to a vote later, whether or not we do a Stray Kids member or a TXT member. So, but we're gonna do Hongjun first. That is the priority. Tina, for a moment I thought you got a haircut and I was like, oh my god. No, it's just up. I always get like really overheated during live streams because of the studio light blasting down on me. So yeah, no haircut. It's just up. It's quite long now. I'm actually like in my long hair era. And I'm kind of enjoying it actually. I mean, it's a little bit of a hassle, but it does leave me with more hairstyle options. But yeah, definitely like debut new jeans vibes. Like when it's long enough, I'm gonna cut off all the bleached ends and then just have like fresh virgin hair, and hopefully it'll be soft and silky and magical. Cruella Jung, I know, right? I love Cruella Jung. The Oreo hair, my favorite. Well, I also love Say My Name Mullet Hongjun as well. He rocks it all. Also like the really short blonde, like white blonde hair on him. Oh, so good. You know, I was taking a nap and then all of a sudden I woke up. Must be because I could sense a live stream. The live stream senses. Oh my god, amazing. I love that. Okay, let me rearrange my desktop here so that, there we go. Okay, this makes more sense. All right, let's do it. This is the first time I'm like drawing a full body, I think, on live stream. Normally it's just portraits or like objects or something. So first we start with like the jester, like a skeleton essentially, and kind of like a stick man essentially. We're really paying attention to the movement and like the way that the weight is being kind of pulled in the body. So he's kind of like leaning a little bit and like his hips are kind of forward and he's got weight on both legs, but like kind of leaning, the hips are leaning this way. And then the spine is kind of, right? And then it's hard to see, it's probably hard for you guys to see in the photo, but he's actually holding a staff. So keeping that in mind as well. So that's where we have to make sure like the hands are aligned with where the staff is gonna be, where he's holding it. Yep, they, I'm like Spider-Man, except my spidey senses on detecting live streams. There was this one particular style where they styled his mullet super wavy and fluffy, and that was the cutest thing ever. Oh my god. I don't know if I've seen the super fluffy one, but that like caramel mullet was a moment. I love it so much. It was so good. I'm also realizing the shoulders are actually not, I don't think they're quite, actually, no, we'll keep them kind of slanted, because the thing is, I feel like with my figures, they end up looking stiffer than I want them to, so it's actually good to try and exaggerate what you see, and then hopefully it'll feel more dynamic. What fictional character's personality most matches Momo's? Ooh, good question. Oh, I love that question. Let me think. So my vision for Momo is that she's definitely feisty. She's a fire sign. She's an Aries. And that's kind of like the main basis that I've thought of. A lot of my drawings of her, I've made her always like kind of pouty, so she's definitely like stubborn as well. To be honest, the first character that came to mind is Bakugo, but I think Bakugo is maybe too feral. Like that's maybe too far in that spectrum. I want to say she's like in that direction, but maybe not quite as feral as Bakugo from My Hero Academia. I think she has more sense than that. Because I feel like Bakugo is like murderous, where she's more like stubborn and like, so let me continue to think on that. But I do love that question because, yeah, I realized that when I proposed the Momo character design art challenge, some people were like, is there lore that we should know about? Like, what's her personality traits and stuff, just to like give people an idea of where to take their character. So totally valid. Maybe I should make her like a little like profile, little like character design profile sheet or something. Cause yeah, the thing is, I have original characters, but I don't actually intend to make like graphic novels or anything out of them. It's more just like loose vibes, and then I just like redraw the character for aesthetic reasons, I guess. But I do like giving them some kind of personality so that I have a direction to go in when I am drawing them. Also, his boots have like a solid block heel, and I love that for him. Like that's what makes him look so tall, even though we all know he's a short king. I mean, not super short, but like short in comparison to a lot of his members. I just joined and I love your drawing. Thank you. Thank you so much. YouTube should let us edit live stream comment. I mistype so much. Aw, it's okay. She gives me Azula but sane vibes. I would say Azula is much more like precise and like a perfectionist. I don't think I would describe Momo as a perfectionist. I would say that she's a little bit more a little rough around the edges in comparison. Can you please sketch Momo again? I loved your last video. I definitely will be doing more Momos for sure. I think I'm due for Momo in like an environment with like a background or something. It's just hard to find time because I've been like, you know, doing the Zodiac series and stuff, which reminds me I like have to get Pisces done next week. Is she kind of like Korra? I would say definitely in the right direction. I think Korra feels more masculine energy wise. I would say Momo leans a little bit more girly. Trying to think who a good equivalent is. Maybe Nobara from Jujutsu Kaisen is like kind of a good mixture maybe of maybe like a mix of Nobara and Maki. Kind of think. I don't know if you've seen the Tinkerbell movies, but she sounds a bit like her. I see what you mean. Like, I've never actually watched the Tinkerbell movies, but like I've watched Peter Pan, and Tinkerbell definitely has that like that pouty, sassy energy. So I definitely can agree in that sense. I love Tall Boots. Tall Boots is like so powerful. And I'm so proud of myself. I think I actually did this proportionate to the page. I have a tendency to draw slightly too big and then run out of room, but I think I actually did this correctly. I might have made him a little bit too bootylicious. Hi. Do you have any tips for drawing hands? They're the hardest part and I really struggle with them. Hands are hard. Hands are definitely challenging for me too. I think something that I remember someone on YouTube saying about drawing hands that I was like, oh, that's like a good perspective that I've never heard before, is to think about fingers, not like sausages or like cylindrical, but more like French fries. So more blocky, and like think about the different surfaces. Like I think thinking about them as a French fry makes your brain recognize it in a 3-dimensional with like multiple planes. Obviously, like fingers are not that angular, but just in the construction stage of drawing them, I think that helped kind of put it into perspective. We're not really going to be drawing, I mean, I guess we are going to be drawing fingers in this pose, but very tiny, so I don't know how detailed it'll end up being. This hand is mostly just the knuckles and like the kind of back hand, but we won't focus too much on the details of the hands just yet, because we might end up erasing some things as we go, but yeah, in this stage of it, don't focus on the details just yet, in case you have to erase something. I might have to make his feet bigger, I think. I like making the feet chunkier looking, because it just gives it more stability. I love tall boots too. I have 2 OCs that wear them with their school uniforms. Ooh, cute, love that. This is my first month on your Patreon. So excited for the Pisces print. Will the others ever be on sale so I could have the full set? Yes. Also, thank you so much for joining my Patreon page. I appreciate it. Yes, I do intend to list the extras from previous months onto my secret Patreon shop. I usually like to do it in batches and like wait a little bit just in case I have people who like their month's reward went missing or got like really damaged or something like that, so I can send them a replacement. And then after like a couple months go by, then I list the leftovers on the shop. Thankfully, that doesn't happen often in terms of like rewards getting destroyed or going missing, but it does happen here and there. So just to be sure. But yes, Pisces is going to be fun. I have the task of trying to make sure that it looks distinctively different from Aquarius, because Aquarius, it's interesting, like Aquarius is an air sign, but then the symbol is a water bearer, so then it's often associated with like water motifs, which is what I did. And then with Pisces is a water sign, so, and they're right like back to back from each other, so I really want to make sure that they feel distinct from one another, but still obviously like have some kind of water motif. But in terms of what I like, my main thing right now is that with Pisces, I'm gonna make sure that the color palette is not blue, because that was, Aquarius was very, very blue. So with Pisces, I think I'm aiming for like greens and purples, which will be quite interesting for a water themed sign, but we shall see. Would you consider yourself a fast drawer or slow drawer? In my mind, I think I'm slow, but it's all relative, right? Like, it really does depend on who you talk to or who you compare yourself with. In my mind, I think I'm slow. And it also actually, I would say it depends on the day too, or what I'm drawing. Sometimes it takes me really, really long if I feel super rusty, or if I'm drawing something I'm not very familiar with, or I don't feel like very warmed up. And then sometimes like things sort of come together faster than I expected to, because yeah, I'm warmed up, or I'm getting lucky that day or something like that. So, but yeah, in my mind I think I'm slow, but who knows? Maybe in some people's eyes I'm very fast. Trying to like get the angle of the staff here. I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, it's fine, but yeah, the hand kind of comes in. And I think the staff there, like that. Oh yeah, you know what? That's what's throwing me off. The staff actually does come a lot closer to his face, so that makes more sense on the angle here. Yes, yes, there we go. I do love Momo, but I can't help but wonder what's your second favorite OC. So I guess in terms of original characters that I have like named or that I've drawn like multiple times, I have Momo, which is our girl gang character, and then I have the Princess and the Knight, which Buttercup and Aster, and then I have the Moon and Sun goddess, Luna and Sol. So I think that's all the ones that I currently have named and that I like draw in a recurring manner. Who's my second favorite? I don't know, it's kind of hard because the rest of them are pairs, so it feels bad to like single them out. It's like picking a favorite child. I almost lost my October one, but it turns out my dorm just never gave it to me with the rest of my mail. Oh no! I think that happens a lot with dorms. Like, mail gets mixed up. But I'm glad that you were able to receive it in the end. But yeah, for anyone here who is a patron and like you didn't receive your reward or something, like definitely like send me a message on Patreon and let me know, and I'm happy to send a replacement to you. And then if for whatever reason there are none left, like I guess I could give you a different one of your choice, or you know, we can work something out. But yeah, unfortunately, like Yeah, sometimes they get returned back to me, to my P.O. box, if, like, you know, they were not received. But sometimes I think they genuinely get lost, so, and I will never know about that unless you tell me. Watching people draw in videos kind of changes our perspective on how long it might take to finish a piece, I think. Absolutely, yes. Videos, like edited YouTube videos, makes it seem so fast and really like seamless, because you're just seeing it in a way where it's just like like coming together. And yeah, it's not only like the sketching process, but also the research and time going in, like even before you actually start drawing. Like depending on how involved the illustration is, like finding reference photos for like, you know, elements, whether it be like the clothes, the pose, the flowers, backgrounds. Like there's so much research that can be involved as well, which also takes a lot of time. I think I made his legs like extra long, which I mean, I tend to do that in general, so it's pretty fun. He's like, feels like an anime, sassy anime villain right now. Which, I mean, he kind of is, in his stage persona, I would say. Just finished watching episode 3 of Queen of Tears. Oh, what's Queen of Tears? I haven't heard of that before. Do you like reading books? I used to read a lot more when I was younger. Like I was obsessed with like YA fantasy, but unfortunately I actually don't read that much these days, which is kind of a bummer. Or read books, I should say, which is a bummer, because it does seem like a very nice hobby to have, to not be looking at a screen all the time. Like my eyes are always very fatigued because I'm just constantly looking at a screen, whether it be my phone, my computer monitor, or the TV, which is very bad. But I think I am a very visual person, so it kind of makes sense. Obviously with books, like it is nice to there is like a sense of creativity there in terms of imagining what is being written down for you, which I think is something that I did really love. And it is obviously a very different experience, hearing like a character's inner monologue and all those kinds of things. But yeah, sadly don't read books nearly as much as I wish I did. So with this, unfortunately, because it's so small, I don't think I'm going to be able to like capture his likeness quite well in this teeny tiny little portrait, but I'm gonna try my best, but not focus too much on getting it perfect, because it's just way too small to really be able to do it. The main focus is the fit, so. And the reason why I picked this is because I loved the pose, but also the texture and patterning of this denim jumpsuit is so cool. So I want to try and see if I can achieve something like it. Gonna eat with my dad. Hopefully you'll be back later. Bye guys. Bye. Thanks for joining. Enjoy dinner with your dad. But the thing that I want to get is this expression, because it's so cute. He has a very expressively shaped mouth. And I am so obsessed with his squirrel plushie that they released, because the mouth is so accurate. It's so cute. Yeah, I'm I don't know when I'm going to receive those. I ordered through like a group order person, I ordered the Hongjun and the Seonghwa plushie, and I'm so excited about that. Hi, glad I didn't completely miss your live stream. Hello. Oh yeah, you're not late. Or well, you didn't miss much, I should say. We are only 30 minutes in, so you're all good. Although I guess technically I'm not really sure how long I'm going to be streaming for, but I tend to run pretty long on these streams, so. I don't draw side profile because it's so hard. Do you have any advice? I also find side profiles really hard. I would say though, my advice that I think a lot of people get wrong with side profiles is I think people people have a tendency to flatten the back of the head quite a lot, but just remember that it is a skull that we are drawing underneath here, all the hair and stuff. And pay attention to, you know, the placement of the ears, or ear, I should say, and then where it sits in relation to the feature. So in this case, Hongjun's, like the top of his ear, like aligns with like kind of the space like right in between his eyes and his eyebrows, essentially. That's kind of what I'm trying to pay attention to here. And then like the bottom of the ear hits like pretty close to the bottom of his mouth, essentially. But again, I also find profiles really hard, hence why I am taking a while to get this. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a more simplified, kind of stylized face, I think, just because it's so tiny. Ugh, and this is one of those profiles where you can see the other eye, which is like really hard to get right, I think. Maybe I need to zoom in on this. This is very hard. So now I'm looking at it and I'm like, I think the eyes look maybe too close together, but what is gonna help is let's draw in some eyebrows, and then we'll evaluate from there. Yeah, I think they're too close. Who's your bias in Twice? Love your work. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Okay, so going into the Twice concert, I was like, oh, Momo's my favorite. And then exiting the Twice concert, I was like, maybe it's Gio. I don't know. Something changed in my brain seeing Gio perform live. So I guess maybe in that sense, it's kind of the perfect like Momo's my bias, Gio's my bias wrecker, or they're kind of interchangeable, I guess, at this point. So those are my two Twice faves. I am currently totally obsessed with their new singles, I Got You and One Spark. Initially, upon first couple listens, I was like, meh, I don't know if I really care for it that much. But then I think this pretty much happens to me every single time I listen to a Twice song. I hear it a number of more times, and then I just become obsessed. It's weird. I don't end up it's not usually an initial obsession, but it takes a few lessons and then I'm like, yes, I see the vision now. Who's your Twice bias? I'd love to know. Gio's stage presence is insane. I'm not a once, but watching her perform always makes me so happy, right? There's that one very viral fan cam of her. Tell me what you want, tell me what you need. And she's just like radiating. And then, like, her energy is so infectious. What was it? Feel Special? Before they like fully did the performance, the girls are like lined up, and then she like kind of walks through them and does an a cappella verse, and I was like, girl, you gotta make me cry, but also vocal queen. Yeah, it was a moment. My bias is Daeyeon and Momo too. Oh, cute. Oh, Daeyeon was so cute at the concert. She was busting out all the English that she possibly knew. It was so adorable. Yes, haha, I love that fan cam. It's iconic. The pastel blue outfit. Yeah, it's so good. I was saying this to somebody, how I think what separates a good dancer and a great dancer is the facial expressions. 'Cause that really like just puts it over to another level. Because it's one thing to be like physically doing the dance moves well, like in a technical sense, but to like kind of have that energy and that emotion and that performance in the face, it just like brings it to greatness. And Gio definitely has that, in my opinion. Also, I think we did it! The face, I think we did it. I just gotta do the rest of, let me zoom you guys in a little more. Sorry. There you go. I think that's better. And then eyebrows. You know what's gonna end up happening too is like I'm gonna be so proud of the sketch, and then when we paint over this face, like you won't be able to see anything, I'm sure. Have you ever been to Tokyo in Japan? I have. I went for the very first time last year in April, and I have 2 or 3 videos about my trip to Japan. I have 2 vlogs where I kind of just like take you through all the things that I did, all the things that I ate. I went to Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto, and then we hit up like a couple other smaller places in between. And then I also did a video where I did a Japan haul where I like showed off all of the stuff that I bought, because ain't no way you can go to Japan and not buy anything. It was amazing. I'm like very, very much prepared to go back. But on the topic of travel, I'm gonna be totally shameless and mention my Trova trip. So for those of you who don't know, I am planning a group retreat with Trova Trip to Korea. So this will be my first time going to Korea. I'm so excited. And it's going to be this year, September 25th through October 1st. And it's going to be for a whole week. We're going to go into Seoul and Busan. And yeah, we're going to be checking out a lot of amazing architecture, eating amazing food, doing lots of shopping. I just recently added in a couple sketchbook sessions as well. So on the 4th day, let me see, how did I structure this? Let me see, hold on. Malfunctioning. Day 4, over here, yes. So day 4, we are gonna be checking out this really cool village that's like on the cliff, like on the side of like this mountain with all these like street art and stuff on the buildings. And then we're gonna do a bracelet making class. Then we're gonna go to this shopping center over here. And then in the evening, it's like free for leisure. So I figured we can go to a cafe or a park or something, and then we can like bust out our sketchbooks. We can have basically what we're doing right now. We can have a little like sketchbook session where we draw, hang out, chit chat, fangirl, whatever it is. And yeah, I think it'll be really cute. And then on our last full day, day 6 over here, we're going to be going to the Color Pool Museum, which you can see at the top here with the flamingo, like floaty. It's like full installation rooms, which is going to be so much fun. Lots of amazing photo op. And then we'll be going to this neighborhood, which has a lot of traditional Korean architecture and lots of little shops. Then we're going to a studio to do a costume party and photo shoot, which is going to be so adorable and such a nice like keepsake for the whole trip. And then to cap off the trip and for dinner, we're going to be going to a park for a little picnic, and then we can also have another sketchbook session. And I think that'll be like the perfect way to end the trip, because we can like reminisce on what we did, and then also kind of like my monthly favorites spreads. We can like draw our favorites from the trip in our sketchbooks in a little picnic at the park with some like fried chicken and, you know, takeout food. I think it'll be so cute. But yeah, so that's my shameless plug incoming. I love seeing the presentation. Thank you. I mean, you know, I think it's one of those things where when you're an artist, you're also your marketing team, advertising, graphic design. You really have to do it all. You got to wear like a million hats. But yeah, I feel like with these live streams, I get such a good sense of community from you guys. It's so much fun hanging out with you, and we just have so much in common. And I feel like when you're traveling, like who you go with makes such a difference in like how fun the traveling trip will be. So anyway, bookings are available, link in the description if you want to come be my travel buddy, hang out in Korea, do some sketchbooking, yada yada yada, you know. So anyway, needless to say, I love traveling. It's such a like enriching experience to see a new country and eat you know, the cuisine, and very inspiring for sure. All right, so Hongjun, let's finally give our man some hair. And so I'm also looking at here, his ear. So I had, the ear was like very close to the back of the kind of the nape of the neck, but I'm looking at the reference photo and it's definitely, I think smaller, and there's like kind of more space back there. So that's what we gotta pay attention to. And then I think I need to make it slightly taller. And he's got a lot of ear piercings as well, so let's throw those in. You can kind of see them. I did a side profile study a few weeks ago and was humbled so bad. They are challenging. They're definitely not easy. Random question, but I watched your setup video, how you film your videos, and I was just wondering if your setup is still the same or have you changed anything? My setup actually is a little different now. I believe when I made that video, which was a little while back, I was filming with my phone, I think. And I've since upgraded to this camera here that you see me live streaming with right now. This is the Sony ZV-1. It's, yeah, the camera I use to live stream with. I use it to film most of my YouTube videos as well. And yeah, it has been quite the solid camera. I don't know a lot about cameras, and so that was very important to me, that it had a lot of, you know, like, that it was just very straightforward to use, and I definitely will say that that is the case. The fact that it has live streaming capabilities is amazing. Like, I didn't know that when I initially bought it, I don't think. Maybe I did. I don't remember. It's quite a while ago that I bought it, but in any case. Yeah, and then for my tripod situation, I have, you can kind of see it actually right behind me right there. It's a monitor. It's technically like a monitor stand, but I use it for like my top-down camera shots. You can buy tripods now that have that overhanging capability, which is the tripod I'm using right now. It's hard to see, but it's like a standing tripod with like a horizontal. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, I have a playlist on my YouTube channel. If you go to like I think you should be able to access my playlist. That's what I made it for. But I have like a artist resources playlist that I made and featured a number of different like people showing their YouTube setups, and I got inspo from some of them for some of the kind of upgrades that I've made. But essentially, I think the big takeaway with that video that I made back then was really just to be crafty and use what you have. I obviously slowly upgraded since having been on YouTube longer and, you know, making this my full-time job. But especially when you're starting out, like, use what you have, especially like most smartphones now have like pretty good cameras. Have you been in another country other than Japan? Yes. So I live in Canada. I've been to the US, America, a number of times. I've been to Vietnam, and I think that's it, actually. So not a ton of different countries, but like I've been to multiple different states in the US, and then I've traveled within Canada as well. Within Canada, I've done, like, I live in Ontario. I've been to Montreal and Quebec, and then I recently went to BC last year. And then earlier this month, I was in Seattle, Washington for a convention. I went to New York last year. I've been to Florida for Disney World. I've been to LA. I went to Thailand as well. I think that's it. Yeah, and then hopefully Korea this year at the end of the year or in the fall. I would love to go to Europe. That's like a pretty big, you know, place that I haven't been to yet. Hopefully. He looks so cute, actually. You don't look at it and it's like, oh, it's Hongjun, but like, it looks cute. That's important. Are you planning on drawing any of Momo's frenemies that could get submitted to the contest? I haven't actually thought about that yet. That could be fun. I don't know if I'll have time, to be honest. I think my vision for it is after everyone releases their version, I already have one that I drew. I haven't like fully fleshed out her entire character design, but I did a doodle of her portrait a while back that I have not revealed officially. So I think that was my kind of vision for it, is that I'm gonna draw my version of Momo's frenemy. Okay, let's finally give this man some clothes. So we're gonna draw the collar here. And then he's got a tie on. Oh yeah, something that I did is his shoulders are actually kind of shrugged up a little bit like that, which I did not account for. So there's actually like way too much space happening here. So let me just erase the shoulders and then kind of draw the clothes accordingly. So the tie, essentially, it's kind of hard to see the details of the tie, but that's essentially what's happening there. The more I see 80s fashion, the more it makes me want to have a tie. Hydration reminder, friends. I've got my Have a Nice Day flower glass. Okay, maybe I didn't draw the shoulders like that far off, now that I'm like throwing in the clothes. But now we gotta account for the fabric. So here is where he's got the 80s band on the arm. So you can see like the fabric sort of bunches in because it's tight, kind of closer to the body, and then bunches out because the fit of the clothes is slightly looser, but then the band fabric just sort of like, yeah, puckers out, I guess. The seam of the shoulder is sort of off the actual seam where his shoulder would be. His shoulder's like up here, but the thing, you know. When you talk in English, it's like I hear a robot talking and it's a talent I can't do. Interesting. English is actually like the only language I speak fluently, so that's really fascinating. Actually, I might have made, I think the band needs to be maybe slightly lower. I've never been told that I speak like a robot, but that is really interesting. I've been told by people on YouTube that sometimes, like I've seen some people say that I speak too slow, and then I've also heard people saying that English is not their first language, so they appreciate the way that I speak because it's easier for them to understand. I think the rate that I speak, if it's on the slower side, it's because I'm thinking about what I'm trying to say and I'm trying to avoid saying and like too often. So instead of going like I'm pausing to think about what I'm going to say next instead of using those fillers. Has your own opinion about your art changed since 2022? Are you happier with your improvement / process? Yes. So for context, for some people, I guess, yeah, in 2022, I'd made a number of videos discussing how I was unhappy with my kind of art and was feeling lost in what I was doing. And I did experience that feeling a lot in 2023 still. I think right now I'm feeling a little better about it. Definitely not perfect, of course. I think that it's always going to be an uphill battle, and we are always going to be our harshest critics. But with the Zodiac series, I'm starting to feel a little bit more invigorated. I think it's nice to have a very clear concept and a series, like an ongoing series, to kind of work towards. but because I'm doing it once a month as opposed to loading an entire series of illustrations in 1 month of October, it seems much more manageable and gives me a little bit more breathing room to really spend time on it, even though I do still feel like I'm rushing because there's so much stuff that I have to get done in a month, but it's more manageable than the month-long challenges. So yeah, I do think that I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable and more confident. The fact that I'm like sketching live right now, I think is part of a testament to that. But yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit more confident with where my art is going. Definitely still not 100% on it. I don't think I ever will be, but yeah, definitely getting there. I think I might have made his shoulders. Yeah, I think I made him. I think I might have made his torso like a little bit bigger than he actually is, but that's okay. Doesn't have to be exact. I meant it as a compliment. Okay, thank you. So then the sleeve, yeah, the sleeve is cuffed here. It's hard to figure out where all the seams are on this jumpsuit because of the pattern. I love how you draw menswear. Thank you! I find drawing menswear actually so fun. I think because it's very structured. So there's something really satisfying about that. I actually, let me grab. There's, where, let me see. I have a couple sketchbook spreads or pages that I just had so much fun with. Yes, there's a few here where I purposely drew a lot of, used a lot of reference photos of people in, like more structured clothing. So lots of like blazers, trousers, suits. It's just so fun to really dig into those angles and stuff. This is actually Jungkook over here. Oh, let me zoom out a little bit. This is V. I'm pretty sure this is V. This is V. Jimin, Jin. My BTS brain rot happening on this spread here. Let me see. There was another one that I really enjoyed somewhere in here. And yeah, it's interesting because I think a lot of people tend to find drawing women easier because they're like softer and curvier, and but there is actually something pretty satisfying about. What I don't understand is girls has lots of details and boys has less, but when we draw boys it's harder than girls. Yeah, I find a lot of artists tend to find drawing women easier. Loving the sketch, gotta go. I'm venturing out to try plein air painting. Ooh, enjoy! That sounds amazing. I really admire people who do plein air painting, honestly. I want to be that person, but I'm not there yet. Like being in the comfort of my own home. But yeah, I think for me, I find women often be a little bit more intuitive to draw. I think because I myself am a woman, so like I'm seeing myself all the time. So like the visual information is just like more at the top of my brain. but when you kind of break down like the kind of general direction for drawing men and male figures and fashion and stuff, is like it's more about angles and shapes, which in some ways I think could be easier. I guess it just depends on how your brain works. But yeah, I really liked this one. And then kind of talking about, yeah, I guess in the opposite direction of structure, this is actually like super slouchy, relaxed clothing, but also super fun, like the folds and the way that they drape at the knee here. This is Yeonjun, pretty sure from TXT, if I remember. I think this is Yeonjun too. I think it depends on the person, really. I can draw both masc and femme characters, a similar level of challenge. It really depends on the pose and perspective. Totally, yeah. And that's, you know, me talking about like structured clothing, like that can definitely apply to any gender. And I actually love drawing women in suits and stuff, like chef's kiss. Is drawing men in more feminine aesthetics something that you think is fun to explore? Oh, absolutely. I think that's why I love K-pop so much. Because I think there's a lot of fluidity in the fashion when it comes to K-pop. Specifically, I love with ATEEZ, they really like to, particularly Seonghwa and Hongjun. Hongjun is actually the member I'm drawing right now, like in, which I was saying actually he's like wearing high-heeled like tall boots, which I would say is like often associated with something a little bit more feminine these days. And then Seonghwa here that I did like a study of, he had a lot of like extra fabric and clothing kind of draped to kind of give this like kind of skirt effect. And they, yeah, both members have like explicitly said that they like genderless fashion. They like mixing and matching femme and masc kind of elements in their wardrobes. So love them for that. Mingi here from ATEEZ as well, like he was wearing this like cropped jacket with like these like low-rise denim jeans, which again, this kind of reads like a little bit more femme in my opinion, like the low-rise pants with like the belly sticking out. Also, here's the very famous Say My Name mullet Hongjun. I totally butchered his face again. Profiles are really hard, but I nailed the San one, I think, in my opinion. That one I'm actually very, very proud of. Perspective poses. Yeah, perspective is very challenging. I'm not good at that. Like, you know, like this, like with the foreshortening involved, like that's really challenging. The way you draw shoes are so dope. I love drawing shoes. Shoes are really fun. I think, again, they're very structured. So there's something really satisfying about it. Let me see. Anyway, this is like turning into a sketchbook tour. This is my like sketchbook, I guess, in a sense where it's like it is truly like sketches as opposed to like rendered paintings like this. ATEEZ and their love for crop tops. Absolutely, they do love crop tops. I actually own I have owned 2 cropped blazers. I think very much inspired by ATEEZ because they love doing that. It's so fun. It's just like taking, yeah, like something and putting a different spin on it. I love that. But yeah, that's like with K-pop, that's why I think I love it so much, because it just like there's so much overlap of all the things that I like the fashion, the fun music, the high production music videos. It's just like such a feast for visuals and inspiration. I'm back, yay. Ooh, welcome back. We are making our way through this sketch. I'm actually getting close. I'm gonna draw this hand and then pretty close to actually starting to paint, I think, because a lot of this is like the main kind of focal point with this is that texture and like kind of acid wash on his jumpsuit. So okay, let's draw this hand. Ooh, K-pop men. Yes, we love K-pop men. It's looking good. Thank you, thank you. I don't know how to draw shoes. It's hard. It depends on the shoe too, but honestly, like drawing anything, it's all about practice and using a reference photo. Like any piece of verbal advice is only going to take you so far. You just have to go for it and do it often. Like, I've drawn so many hands in my lifetime at this point, and they are still very, very challenging. But I'm sure that they're easier for me than they were in the past, because you gotta keep doing it. The advice that no one ever wants to hear is practice, but unfortunately it is the truth. Practice with reference photos though, so that you actually understand how to draw the thing. Because you can put like 100 hours into drawing hands, but if you don't use a reference photo or like, you know, reference your own hand or something, you're just gonna draw it wrong the entire time. And you can use like different types of references. You could use your own hand, you can use photos of real hands, you can look at other artists' hands and reference those and see how they stylize it or simplify it. So it really is about practice, but making your practicing intentional and having variety with it. I use realistic references because it's better and there is no mistakes. Yeah, that is the tricky thing when you're using artists as references, which is why I really stress on using photos and real people, is because it is possible that you'll end up copying somebody's mistakes. But I do find it good to reference it on occasion because you can see how they simplify something, or the way that they stylize something can be really interesting as well. It does depend on your goals as an artist as well too though. Online shopping has given me some great reference photos. Yes, I love using like retail photos for references as well, because they're like very straightforward. There's no like warping of like, you know, like a fisheye lens or anything like that. They're just like very standard. So those definitely do make for good reference photos for sure. Oh, totally off topic, but I have to mention that I binge watched Has Been Hotel, and I remembered someone in a previous live stream asking me if I had watched it, and I hadn't, and I have now watched it, and I loved it actually. The music is so catchy. I've actually been listening to the soundtrack for the past like 2 days nonstop. So I don't know if that person is here who had asked me about Has Been Hotel, but I have watched it and I really enjoyed it. I'm actually like debating whether or not next time I do a live stream, maybe I'll do a Has Been Hotel fan art of some sort. Just like maybe some like quick portraits or something. Have you watched Hell of a Boss? I haven't yet, but that's definitely next on my list. That's like just on YouTube, right? Hi, just found your channel this morning. Your art is incredible. Oh, thank you so much. Hello, welcome. Yeah, I'm happy to have you join a live stream. Today's live stream so far has actually been much more chill, so this is a good first impression, I think. Last week's live stream got really chaotic, but in a good way. The chaos is my favorite, to be honest, but today we're being chill and good. But we might devolve to chaos, who knows. But happy to have you. Welcome. Hell of a Boss is really good too. Okay, amazing. Hell of a Boss is not a musical though, right? Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Has everyone seen the live action Avatar: The Last Airbender? Oh my god. Yes, I've now seen all of the Avatar: The Last Airbender live action now. And for those of you who are uninitiated, I am a die-hard Avatar fan, like the original animated version. So yeah, I have thoughts, I have opinions on the live action version. It's funny because when I purposely watched it with my friend to make it a slightly more enjoyable experience in case it was like really, really bad. It wasn't terrible. It was definitely better than the live action movie that came out in like 2010 or whatever, which, I mean, that bar is pretty low, but I feel like they did still get a lot of things wrong with it. The writing was bad. Like the dialogue was hard to deal with. And there's just like so many logistical limitations with live action because especially with something like Avatar where there's a million different fantastical locations and they're limited by budget and what they can physically do. So they like really like pared down all the different locations that they were that the original cast goes to because they just couldn't afford and don't have time to do all of that. And I feel like they really watered down all of the characters for the sake of them being like flawless essentially. Like none of the characters had flaws, which is an integral part of making these characters feel really like well-rounded and relatable. It's not a musical, it's a series. Okay, yes. I didn't need it to be a musical. I loved that Hazbin Hotel was a musical, but I'm looking forward to watching Hell of a Boss as well. But I think because I just binged Hazbin Hotel, I want to savor it because I'm sure the second season is going to, take a while to come out, but I will definitely watch Hell of a Boss as well. It was better than the movie that doesn't exist, but they kind of still butchered some characters. Yes, I agree. Like Katara, who is that? Who was that? That was not Katara. For me, it was too much telling instead of show, don't tell, but I do think people are being overly critical. It will never be like the original, and that's okay. Yes, I do think that they did a lot of exposition, and that was definitely something I had said from the very first episode. I was like, it's a lot of telling and not showing, which is like cardinal sin number one of any storytelling. Like when Aang in the first episode, he's like, I'm goofy and I want to have fun with my friends. And I'm like, don't tell us that, show us that. But that would mean they would have to hire more actors and have him playing with them. And then that's like more expensive. Whereas with animation, you don't have all those limitations that live action does, of like adding more scenes, adding more characters, So again, to me, the live action version just solidifies why I love animation so much, because you can just do so much more with it. You're not limited nearly as much by certain logistics. I love we're talking about two different TV shows at the same time. This is like perfect for my brain, like going back and forth. But yeah, I think ultimately the Avatar live action doesn't take away from my love of the original, because the original is still always going to be there. I can rewatch at any point and still love it just the same. If anything, I hope that the live action one just brings more people to watch the original. However, there are a few songs, definitely at least one song an episode. Oh, okay. Yeah, because why didn't Aang run away? That's like a big burden for him in the series and so important. That's like such an integral role, like it's such an integral part of his character. And then like when you take that away, like what? Now he's just this like serious, like I gotta do my job as the Avatar. Whereas like he was like, yeah, ridden with guilt. and felt like a need to rectify this mistake that he had made. They really like didn't want any of the characters to be flawed, which is a problem because then they just feel, so watered down. Like they don't get to have character arcs because they're already perfect. When I draw that desire for perfection hits and I hate it, I finally got over it. Yay, good job. Yeah, honestly, art needs to have character. It's never going to be perfect. Also, I just realized I'm so sorry that you guys couldn't even see what I was drawing. I was zoomed in and I was like drawing the feet down here, the boots. There we go. Also, some of the autonomy was taken away from the characters, because why isn't Katara and Sokka's argument the catalyst for Aang being released from the ice? Yes, 100%. So many things like that. Like, all these, like, weird little changes that, like, seemed so strange. Like, it's like, why did you change that? Like, that's no longer motivating these characters for certain things. Like, so many elements happen because Katara has, like, you know, like a sassiness about her. She has some rage about, you know, the circumstances that she's in, and all that's taken away. And like Sokka's sexism, like that's something that he overcomes in his character arc. Like he realizes he was wrong and he learns from it and becomes a better person. But they just like totally took that away from him. I do really love the interaction between Zuko and Iroh in the live action. That funeral scene was so sweet, and I also liked that they chose Katara and Sokka in the cave. Sibling love is so important, and they only have each other. I do like the sibling love element. I do think that it looks like, because they did not plant any Aang and Katara romance like whatsoever, and I'm curious to see if that's something that they are just not gonna do at all, which is a really bold choice. And like the age difference is like so apparent with the actors, so I thought that was interesting. But I do agree that sibling and familial love is definitely important and should be highlighted for sure. And yeah, I think Zuko and Iroh were definitely highlights of the show. I do think that they, again, like I was mentioning with like all the characters, they made Zuko less villainous. Like you can, like we're already sympathizing for him in the first season, like right away. Whereas I feel like in the original, he comes off as like more of a villain, which is, I think, a more interesting character arc for him. You could tell that Zuko and Iroh were the writers' faves because they were the only ones that felt right. I think that they're waiting because of Aang's actor's age. Yes. Yeah, I definitely think the Fire Nation storylines were definitely, like, favored heavily. And that is unfortunate that, like, it doesn't seem like every character was given the same amount of love and care. You don't want to see the favoritism, you know? That happens with the Harry Potter movies. Like the final director was heavily favored Hermione, and so Hermione got a lot of moments that in the books Ron or Harry had done, and so it just totally created an imbalance between the characters. So I think that's what happened there too. The Avatar. Greetings from a fellow artist from Finland. Hello, welcome. Happy to have you. We're digging in and going into full movie and TV show critiques right now. Which vibe do you like to put on your paintings? It depends on the painting. But I guess a very common through line for me in my paintings is that I love color. I always adding in a lot of color. Yep, and then Hermione became a Mary Sue. Yes, she had no flaws. Like, a big point in the books is that she doesn't like to fly. Like, she doesn't like riding a broom. But then they just ignore that. Like that, you know, character flaw of hers. I just think it's sad that some actors are getting so much hate, especially the actors for Katara and Azula. They just love hating on girls, I guess. Yes, I do agree. Like, as much as I criticize this live action Avatar, for me, the criticism is not in the actors, it's like the writing and the like the storytelling choices. I don't think it's fair to criticize the actors themselves. Like, they're just there doing their job and doing their best with what they're given. And it's really unfortunate because, like, these actors are kids, like, and this is like their first, you know, big job, being in the limelight. Like, give them some grace, let them breathe. Like, I think it's very, very, like, it's just rude. Like, why are people so mean? I could use a ruler, but I'm just gonna freestyle this. And then it looks like the staff, I think essentially it's like a skull on the top. So I'm not gonna fuss with too many details on it. I'm just gonna kind of give an impression, I think, of a skull, sort of. I don't know. It kind of looks like a golf ball or something. We'll worry about it when we start painting. Or not worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, actually, now looking at the reference photo again, the top of the staff actually comes pretty close to the top of his head. So let's do that. This is where, like, yeah, things in relation to each other is important. So that's how you kind of figure out where you made a mistake or where you need to fix. Is figuring out, like, where things are in relation to each other. There's like a bunch of texture or something there. This kind of looks like Voldemort or like an alien or something. I love Hermione the most, and love where she slaps Malfoy. That was very funny, for sure. The actors tried their best. It was obviously the writing and the directors and the actors were given on set. Yeah, that's the thing, is the directors were not doing their job, I think, correctly in literally directing the actors to, like, you know, emote more here, or like, let's redo this take because it fell flat, or, you know, whatever. But again, you can only do so much with a bad script, which I think was unfortunately a big problem for the show. I mean, they were already hating on Azula before the show came out based on some pictures. Yeah, exactly. I think people are obsessed with the vision that they had for these animated characters, and when you see a real person, they are ready to, like, burn them at the stake because it's not the vision that they had imagined, and it's like, that's never going to be possible. And I think a lot of people forget that a lot of these characters in Avatar are 14, 15, 16, but they probably projected something different. And so then when you're presented with an actress who is supposed to actually be young, they're like, that's not what I pictured. It's like, yo. Do you prefer drawing or rendering? It actually depends on the day. Sometimes I'm more in the mood to draw, and then sometimes I'm more in the mood to render. So right now I actually have been really enjoying drawing. Hence why I think I'm fiddling around with this so much, but I think we're ready to kind of solidify the sketch with a polychromos pencil, and then we can start painting. I think right now I'm more in a drawing mood, but we will, but I'm also happy to paint today. So today is kind of both, which is perfect. And that's what we want. How far are we into the stream? LOL. In time we've been here. An hour and a half. I started at 1 and we're at 2:30 now. Also, there were so many lazy camera shots, like why were the actors saying their lines directly into the camera? Oh yeah, there's a shot I remembered where there's 4 or 5 characters that are interacting with each other and they're standing in a perfect line. And I was like, this is definitely giving high school play right now. My problem with the live action is the fact that the visuals were made for adults, but the dialogue was made for kids under 10. A lot of repeat, what is Avatar? Yes, 100%. It was like, we're trying to go darker, but then the dialogue and the storytelling was so repetitive and so expositional, where you're like, you're not being subtle at all. You're not letting the audience like figure it out. I've been watching a lot of different video essays about it, and they compared how the animated version was able to tell so much more subtle story and character development in less time than the live action was, because what's interesting is the runtime of both is very similar, and yet the live action was able to do less. So yeah, anyway, we need more original content. I'm over the live action remakes. So I think what I'm gonna do is, for his like skin tone, or like the areas where you actually see his skin, like the face and the arms and the hands, I'm gonna use this kind of dark red to outline, and then I'm gonna use the blue for some of the clothing, because these sketch lines will probably peek through a little bit. And it's nice to have a variety of colors to kind of match with the sketch, or the paint when we paint. What am I saying? You know what I mean. I also think some of the hate is because the actors aren't Eurocentric enough. 100%. I was saying that to my friend. 100%. Yep, exactly. Like, people forgot that the characters are Asian Indigenous. Yep. Yup. It's true. I've been saying that. I've been saying that too. 100%. Hey, joining late. Did I miss any fun stuff? Hello, welcome, welcome. We are drawing Hongju from ATEEZ, and we pretty much like solidified the sketch. We are just doing some finessing, and then we're gonna get into painting, which is definitely gonna be a very fun part. So you missed the sketching part, but you'll get to watch the painting, which is also very fun. Okay, and then I think from there we'll use the blue. People who wanted Azula to have sharper features sounds a little Eurocentric to me. Yes, 100%. Like, people I think are most upset about Azula and Mei, and it's very and Zuko, and it's very interesting to me that those are the actors who have very like traditionally Asian features, like, you know, the softer kind of rounder faces, or like the eye shapes, and interesting. Like, I'm that person. Like, I have a very like full, I have a very full face, and that's very common. And especially when you think about their age as well. It's true, it's true. Oh, I don't know what that's fine. Yes. Hydration reminder, friends. Hopefully ATEEZ will actually come and release their tour dates and come to Canada. And I think what I want to do is I want to DIY this armband to wear to the concert. I haven't decided if I want to be ambitious and embroider it or if I'll just hand paint it on. We'll see how I'm feeling when the time comes. But I absolutely love getting dressed up for concerts. I love making it like a whole event. It's so much fun. My friend and I tried to get tickets to, or we were planning to try and get tickets for ITZY, because they released some concert dates in Canada, but they got snatched up so fast. People said Jet's actor should have played Zuko, but Zuko's actor is gorgeous. Like, I don't see what other people are seeing. Yes, I absolutely agree. I think that while I have obviously criticized the live action for like dialogue, story, and all those things, I do think that the actor for Zuko was a great casting choice. I think that he really embodied like the energy of the character, like the super kind of emo, angsty energy, and to me he looks the part. I think that he, you know, obviously he has like a crazy haircut in the first season because that's what happens in the animated version. And I think that the actor for Jet was like perfect casting for Jet specifically. He had that like leadership charm about him that I think really, really worked for that character. And I think something that a lot of people also don't take into consideration when they criticize casting choices is they fixate so much on looks, but they don't really pay attention to like, can this person, like, does this person embody the personality that we want for the character? Can they act? Can they do the martial arts choreography that is acquired of them, which is a really challenging thing. Like, not all actors can do fight choreography, and Avatar is very important in showing these characters like fighting skills. Like, I already want to rewatch it. Oh, really? I'm glad that you liked it. Zuko's actor reminds me so much of Chuck Bass from Gossip Girl. Oh my god, I've been seeing that, which is so funny to me, but I definitely see what people mean. I think it's like the shape of his jawline, maybe? Wow, Nifty, when people give me recommendations, I get stubborn. I'm impressed you actually watched. And he's gorgeous. Haha, I have been meaning to watch it for quite a while, and it pushed me into it. Usually I also get stubborn, but I asked you guys in here, and it wasn't a random recommendation. Dallas made bald hair Zuko look good. Like, how could there be a better actor for him? Dallas is also a major Avatar: Last Airbender fan, so of course he embodied Zuko to a T. Yeah, I did hear that they got greenlit for a second and third season. So while I did, you know, criticize the first season for I am curious to see how they move forward with the second and third season. And I've watched like a couple of interviews or clips here and there of the actors of the series, and they all seem like so lively and endearing that is like completely lost in so much of what they did with them in the show. So hopefully there is some improvements made, and the second and third season are better. I'm still curious enough. I'll probably still watch it. Okay, we're almost there, guys. We're almost getting ready to paint. I can't believe it's been... I took so long on this. Wow, it's already been over an hour and a half that I've been doing this sketch, but... a solid foundational sketch is very important in achieving a decent painting. And I guess in my defense, I don't do full bodies very often on lives, so, or ever. Yeah, he has his two-tone hair, but you can barely see the other side, but leave it there like this. Okay. Excellent. The cast is so cute together, right? The chemistry between them is there. It's just not in the show that often. I'm happy they get those extra seasons. Must be cool to be the main cast on a project like that. Totally. The only actor I'm iffy about is Sokka's because of the controversy around him. Yeah, I feel like it's hard to avoid controversy. There's always something, right? Okay. Color-wise, this is actually a very, very limited color palette, so let me see what we've got here. I have my Paul Rubens, and then I also have, I think actually I might use the Paul Rubens set, just because this one is like very, it's more primaries, whereas obviously I can mix my own earthy tones, but I would say that the Paul Rubens has kind of more earthy colors in the palette already, so that might make more sense. So let's go with that. I thankfully have all my water brushes, everything is here, ready to go. How did you all like the portrayal of Katara in the live action? I felt like the character-wise, it wasn't giving me an accurate representation of her, a bit too timid. I do think Sokka's actor really embodies the character, though. I do think he has the right energy, for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, Katara, they totally failed her in the writing. She lost all of her sassy, her, like, literally, like, the fire in her that she has in the show, the original show. She, yeah, came off very timid. I love Katara's actor, and I know from, from a different show that she can act. I just feel like the writers and directors completely messed with her. Yes. Yeah, definitely, again, I think the problems with the show is not the actors, it's the writing and directing. Well, we're gonna start with the skin tone, because that's what I always do. So it just feels like a safe bet. So, as always, I just like using the previous colors that I've mixed in here and then hope that they work for what I need it to, which I do believe should be fine. That seems about right. Now I see the problem with these full body, doing a full body. It's hard to get you guys so you can see everything, but zoomed out, so like a portrait is easier to be like kind of zoomed in more. Anyway, trials, it's all a learning experience. I didn't mix this very well. There's like some pigment still, but with this, it's less about rendering, like shading wise. It's more about the jumpsuit will be the star for sure. And with an E, yes, right. Oh, but shifting gears a little bit, I recently went to see Dune, the second part, in theaters, and it's so funny because I own the book, the first one, but I've actually never read it. I've been meaning to, I just haven't gone around to it, but I let my friend borrow it, and she read it, and she was saying how the movie ended up being quite different from the book, but in a good way. So it was one of those cases where she felt like the movie improved upon the original source material. The main issue or point of difference was that Chani, Zendaya's character, in the book, she is like purely just a love interest, but in the movie they gave her like way more character and like more to do and more autonomy. So I really like that change had happened. Kind of tempted to draw, but I don't want to get up. I have Jimin and Felix. I haven't finished drawing yet. Aww. Well, I'm probably going to be here for a little while, so whether or not you just want to hang out and chill, or if you want to finish the Jimin or Felix drawings, I would be happy to hear of it. I love Jimin and Felix. Love those boys. Are they your biases? I feel like that would make sense if Jimin's your BTS bias, Felix is your Stray Kids bias. They're both very beautiful. Like, it's funny sometimes to see how like people's biases are kind of similar throughout different groups. It's like, oh, I see you have a type. I guess I'll do a little bit of shading here. Just do another pass on the skin here. Hello, welcome to the stream. I get to finally see your artwork in real time. Yes! Welcome. Yeah, we spent a long time doing the sketch, but now we're actually finally painting. Jimin is my ultimate bias. LOL, we're the same age and everything. October 95. Felix, I just love his personality, but you go back into my K-pop deep dive, and it started with Daesung back in 2008. Amazing. I am also an October baby. Are you a Libra? Libra gang? My bro who gave me so much shit for liking K-pop just started dating a girl who loves K-pop. I love that. Vindicated. I love that for you. This is my first stream. I've joined from you. Hello. Welcome. I am not taking any requests right now, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Now that I'm looking at it, I feel like I didn't quite get the mouth right. Dang it. I think it could have been a little bit higher, actually. Oh well, too late. We are committed. You know I'm about to be asking her about your biases. Yes! Oh my god, I feel like you and your brother's girlfriend are gonna get along really, really well. That's so fun. Looks nice, thank you. I'm like extremely superficially involved with K-pop, LOL, so I don't even know the group's members' names and what they look like, but I enjoy Stray Kids and ATs. Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine. I think that's what intimidates a lot of people about K-pop is like, oh, I just like don't have the time or energy to like deep dive into K-pop because most K-pop fans are like so feral, but much like most people's consumption of music, you really don't have to know everything. You can just enjoy the music for what it is, and that's perfectly fine. But I think with K-pop and why it is the way that it is because the general kind of community and culture around it, but also the artists themselves provide so much content and really put themselves out there for the fans to consume. And so you can't help but just like get really invested. But obviously that's like totally up to the viewer if you want to go down that rabbit hole. I had gone into BTS during the pandemic, and that's kind of where it all started, where I had a lot of time on my hands, and I told myself, I was like, okay, one group, that's manageable. I can be invested in one group. But as we all, famous last words. So here I am. If so, what is your favorite song from them? From IVE, I'm like very casual on IVE, so I actually wouldn't even be able to differentiate all the songs for you. But I do like Blackpink quite a bit. I actually saw them in concert when they came to Hamilton. When did they come? This was 2023? So last year. Yeah, super fun concert. And what's my favorite Blackpink song? That is a good question. Maybe Hit You With That do 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 do. It's just so fun. But I think the first song that I heard from Blackpink was Lovesick Girls. I actually dyed like bleached the under part of my hair to look like Lisa for a bit, or like not look like her, but was inspired by her. Do you have any kids? No, I do not have any kids. I do not want any kids, and yeah, kids are not on my priority list or goals for my life. Not that there's anything wrong with it, of course. That's just not what I want. Totally just Googled it. Halloween is a Scorpio. Oh, your birthday's on Halloween. Fun. Hongju, who I'm drawing right now, is a Scorpio, but he's a November Scorpio. So I'm currently mixing up some paint for the base layer of the denim jumpsuit here. And it's obviously like kind of like a washed out cream color. So to make this yellow less vibrant, we're gonna add in the complementary color to yellow, which is purple, to kind of dilute it a little bit. My brain stopped because I forgot what the complementary color is. So adding that little bit of purple like totally makes it less saturated and kind of grayer. So if we swatch it in the little corner here, that kind of, yeah, that's essentially the color that we want. Maybe slightly more diluted, add more water. Forget about a kid's room. Here's an art room. Exactly. My beautiful art room, my studio. Were you born in 1995? No, I was born in 1991. Anyone here thinking of trying to come up with a frenemy for Momo? Yes! Oh my god, please. I'm so excited to see your character design entries. I just posted about it yesterday. So for those of you who don't know, I'm hosting a character design art challenge where for my girl gang character Momo, I want to see your character design skills and creativity come through, and for you to draw a rival for her, like a friendly rival, so hence frenemy. And yeah, I think it's like a very fun prompt because it allows you guys to get creative with it, but you have like a jumping off point. And yeah, I look forward to seeing the entries. If you want to know more about the contest, I have a YouTube video about it, and I made a post about it on Instagram. There's some questions on there that I have to answer after the live stream, but yeah, so excited to see. I have already designed a frenemy for Momo, like sketched. Ooh, yay, nifty flex, so excited. I love your videos. Sometimes I play your video in the background while I'm painting. Amazing, I love that. That is exactly what I kind of aim for with my live streams, especially, is that it's kind of like a little art date where we're all just creating or working on something and hanging out and chatting. And that's the way that I really like to consume art videos, is having them play in the background while I work on stuff, because I like to multitask. And for me, that's why pretty much all of my YouTube videos, I have a voiceover and they're like very chatty, because that's the way I like to consume videos as well. And like, if some people like prefer just like music or something, then they can just like turn it off and put music on. So it has multiple uses. Oh, I forgot about the belt loop. There, that's fine. So what's gonna happen now is we have to let this entirely dry before we start painting the kind of like gray black acid wash on top of it. So in the meantime, I can work on, yeah, probably the hair. The hair is not touching any of the jumpsuit, so we don't have to worry about it bleeding into the paint that's already there. I don't really do character design, but might give the frenemy a go. Yay! I mean, it really doesn't have to be complicated, so don't worry about it. You don't have to think too deeply about it. Like, as I was mentioning earlier with my original characters, like, they don't have full-blown backstories. It's like mostly vibes. Because Tina mentioned it before that this will come up, and I'm super excited about designing a character. Yay! Yeah, I tend to like have ideas, but then the follow through is like so long down the line. So I'm glad that I followed through. You know, you guys are actually bringing on my mood. I think I'll go grab my sketchbook. So thank you already. Yay! So glad to hear that, Alexis. I'm so happy to hear that. Like, that's what I definitely want my live streams to be. I want them to be fun, bring good vibes. You know, that's definitely the energy that I want for it. I've got to work on my VTuber design, so I won't be working on her frenemy just yet. I mean, yeah, you've got a whole month. I wanted to give like a decent amount of time for everyone to join on in. So, and honestly, like, you don't even have to make it for the deadline necessarily. It's just I had to create some kind of deadline for the prize, but you're absolutely free to continue to join after the fact. You just won't be able to be eligible for the prize. So now I'm just like reactivating some old paint that was on my palette here. It's like a dark navy blue that I'm gonna start out with for, actually, maybe I'll add in a little bit of purple just for that complementary element. And I think that's what I'm gonna use for the base, even though in the reference photo, it's basically just straight black, but I like, you know, adding in some kind of color undertone for it, for that extra bit of interest. And And yeah, we're just going right in there with it. Although I just realized I probably should have done the lighter side first. There's like a little bit of the other side of his hair, which is like a silver, but that's okay. It is kind of feathering where it meets the other paint for the skin tone, but that's okay. I probably didn't let it dry enough. But that's all good. No biggie. I'll probably use some colored pencils to kind of get to define some of the hair a little more. What's your favorite paint? I personally like acrylics and gouache. For me, I think it's watercolors and acrylic gouache are my favorites to use. I have about 50 original characters myself, so creating another to join my insane little family should be fun, lol, and even try some traditional since it's been a while. Ooh, that's so exciting! Also, 50 original characters, that is quite the lineup. Right now I'm working on a digital painting for St. Patrick's Day. Oh, fun! Oh yeah, I always, I feel like because now that I am, like, independent and work from home, I am really bad at keeping up with holidays. Like, I never know when they are until somebody tells me. But that's super fun. I love that. Does anybody have St. Patrick's Day festivities planned? When I was in college, like, celebrating St. Patrick's Day was monumental. Basically an excuse to party, but I'm no longer in college, so... Yeah, I have a lot of characters, lol. I create them for fun, backstories and everything. Made a few in college too for 3D modeling class. Oh yeah, that is so much fun. I think that's why, for me, I don't have a lot of, like, original characters that I really... Like, I don't commit to every single character design because I just like creating designs and then just, like, for, like, a one-off. And then if I like them enough, then I'll draw them again. But yeah, I totally feel you. It is very fun to design characters. I really like how gentle and kind you are to yourself when you make a mistake. It makes me want to be kinder to myself too. Yes, Maitri, you should. I think that is really important to keep that in mind because we're human. Like, mistakes happen, and ultimately it's just a drawing, it's just a painting, you know. Sometimes the stakes do feel really high, but you know, it's ultimately not that big of a deal. You can start again, you can find a workaround. It's gonna be okay. Is what I tell myself. But I you know, I definitely come into situations where I'm really harsh on myself. I think what I'll do, I think I'm just gonna color or do a solid wash first, and then I'll go in with lighter and darker tones with colored pencils maybe. Ooh, I love this shade though, this like indigo color. It's really, really pretty. I think it pairs really well with that cream color. Were you an art student before? I was technically a graphic design student in college. So yes and no. So creative subject, but not artist in the traditional sense. I went into graphic design because in my mind I was like, that's the more practical choice, but here I am being an artist instead, or an illustrator, painter. so I ran out of this color, and I still need to do the tie and the staff and the armband. So let's do some color mixing and see if I can actually match it. That'll be interesting. I probably won't be able to get exact, but let's try our best. It was like something that was previously mixed on the palette before, so I don't know exactly what it was, but I do believe it was probably a mixture of some black, some blue, and some purple. So let's see what we can make. So we're gonna do black first, and I think this, oh, this is blue. Okay, sure. I thought that was the purple, but it's so dark it's hard to tell. So blue, that's like a very green blue, so let's add in purple because it's more warm. Purple, this is the purple, yeah, okay. So that's super saturated, so let's add tons of water. So this is looking very purple now. So if we're introducing color theory, we'll add in a little bit of yellow, I believe, to doop, doop. Let's see. Probably not enough. Let's watch it and see what it looks like. Yeah, very, very purple for sure. I have a ton of characters for various projects I want to do in the future, a whole universe worth of original characters. Ooh, that's so cool. What inspires you to draw? A lot of things. I think what kind of initially kind of kickstarted my art journey though was anime, for sure. Sorry for my bad grammar. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. I know what you mean. Hey, I have my BA for graphic design. That's what I went for, thinking it was something I could use. Haven't yet, but still learned a lot. Yeah, that's essentially kind of where I'm at with, I've like come to terms with having, you know, went into a program that was for more slightly more practical purposes as opposed to what I was like truly passionate about. But yeah, I feel the same way. Like I'm, you know, not mad at where I'm at in my life now. So I'm like, and yeah, I definitely think that I've implemented a lot of the things that I learned in school into what I do now. So it really just, you know, making lemonade with the lemons that you got. So we're getting closer. This is actually we are getting closer. See, adding the yellow. Oops, sorry. You can see here, I added more yellow to the mixture. You can kind of see how this purple is more muted than the original one. I think now it still reads slightly more purple than the original mixture that we had. It's more blue. So either I can add in more blue or I can just go with it. I think I will add just a tiny bit of blue to try and get a little closer to the color that we had before. So I'm gonna throw in this color and see. Probably could have used more of it, but again, this mixture has gone so big. Honestly, it doesn't have to be exact. It's fine. The purple actually works because purple is the complement to yellow, which is the base of this fit anyways. So all good. For me, I think college just opened up a few more creative paths for me. Definitely not coding though. Just have to take care of the loans. Working a warehouse job makes me tired though. Yes, I do think that, you know, that essentially was the mindset that I had going into graphic design, was that there seemed like there was a lot of kind of directions that you could go in. And I guess in a way that ended up being true, because I did end up staying within a creative field. It just is not graphic design specifically. I do implement graphic design into what I do though, like creating thumbnails, you know, having to put together like layouts for my zines or whatever. But yeah, I definitely am rooting for you, and hopefully you don't have to stay at your warehouse job forever if that's not what you want to do. Your stream is lagging. Is it? Is everyone else doing okay? I don't really know how to fix that, unfortunately, when the stream is lagging. I'm currently an art student. I keep thinking about what if I can't compete with other artists in the future. Do you have any tips, or maybe you felt the same back then during college? Oh yes, I definitely feel that all the time, honestly. Like that nature of other artists we're all like competing for the same jobs or something. It's hard to avoid that because of social media and the job landscape, but I'd like to hope that there's room for everybody, and I think if anything, just really try and focus on your vision and your inspirations, because that is what's going to make you and your work unique and hopefully stand out, and it'll never be like, no one's going to be able to make exactly what you do, because everyone has a different set of inspirations and perspectives. So, and that's actually part of the reason why I don't share my Pinterest boards with like the entire public, because I want to aid people in their art journeys, but I don't want them to, you know, be carbon copies of where I'm coming from. I want them to be able to find their own inspiration and their own voice, so that they can be unique to them, you know? I have a current project I'm starting to work on. I am working on the portraits of 21 of my OCs so that I can start nailing some outfits and filling in some world building details. Ooh, very cool. That's awesome. I love drawing outfits. Outfits are so fun. I really want to do more of the, like, of drawing my, ooh, I really went out of the lines there. Whoops. And you can kind of see, I don't know if you can see it on camera. Yeah, probably a little. You can see that the paint is feathering where it's like meeting previous areas that had paint on it, which again is not ideal, but the nature of, I think this paper, and I'm not letting it dry completely is why that's happening. But it's okay. Again, it's just like a live stream, you know, we're just working in our sketchbooks, having a little fun time. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. But that is unfortunately the nature of watercolors, is there's a lot of waiting time if you want everything to be like super crisp. Do you ever play any video games? If so, what's your favorite one? I always make the joke that video games is my nerdy blind spot because I actually am not a gamer at all. The reason is because I never had any like game consoles growing up, and so I always was like, just like, it was never accessible to me. And then whenever I would play like Mario Kart or Mario Party with my friends, like at their place because they owned it, I was so terrible, and I'm always have been terrible because I have no practice. So I only game like a handful of times, and whenever I do, I'm so bad at it. But I feel like if I were a gamer, I would have loved Kingdom Hearts, because of the crossover of like the anime aesthetic with Disney. Like when that came out, I was like, do I start becoming a gamer? This looks right up my alley. So instead I just watched my friend play. I was like a driver's seat gamer. Is that what it's called? Backseat gamer? I don't know. Like I would just like watch my friend play Kingdom Hearts essentially. So yeah. And then same with like Legend of Zelda. I feel like I would have loved that if I were a gamer. Because again, the aesthetics of it. And yeah, so unfortunately not a gamer, sadly. In college, we did play a lot of Just Dance, which I don't know if that constitutes as gaming, but Just Dance was so much fun as like a pre-drink activity before going out for the night. Are graphic design and UI/UX the same, or you can work on both? I think the graphic design landscape has changed a lot since I was in school. So I imagine that UI and UX are probably closely related to graphic design, but I think it probably varies from school to school, or different programs that you go to. It's like, for perspective, guys, I'm 32 and I graduated college in 2013. So it's been a very long time since I've been in college. So it's very different now. So I really can't speak on it to a detailed manner that will be super helpful in that sense. But yeah, I'm by internet YouTube person standards, I'm kind of old, I think. Do you have siblings? I have one older sister. Tina, I ordered your brush set and it arrived like a month ago and I still haven't used it. I feel like I want it to be special the first time I use it and not be in a rush, but my life is so busy at the moment. Do you all also feel like if you're using watercolor gouache, you want at least 2 hours, if not longer, of undisturbed quiet time? Yes. Okay, so I'm so happy that you bought the brushes. Thank you so much. I totally understand what you mean. I definitely am guilty of that as well, where like I buy an art supply that it feels very precious and I'm worried about ruining it. But ultimately, art supplies are meant to be used, so don't feel like it has to be the perfect time, the perfect moment to use them. They're really great. I'm using them obviously throughout this entire live stream. These are my custom brushes, by the way, guys. I have them available with Craftimo. They're linked in the description. They're super cute. This was a tester one, or like a sample one, so it doesn't have the label on it. Hold on, let me find one. Oh my gosh. Wait, oh yeah, I think I'm using the sample ones. Oh wait, here we go. So this one is like the final version where it's got the imawonder on it and Craftimo and all that good stuff. But yeah, when you first receive them, the bristles are like white with like a little baby pink tip. It's super cute. But obviously these are well loved, so they're all stained now. But yeah, I have a lot of art supplies that I'm like, it's so precious, I don't want to use it. So I understand where you're coming from with that. And then in terms of like, yeah, wanting undisturbed quiet time for art, like creating art, I'm in a similar boat. I also like to have like larger chunks of time to do it, especially when it comes to painting because of like dry time and when you mix colors and stuff like that. For me, yeah, if I have like if I have to like be at an appointment or I have to go do something later, it's harder for me to like, I feel distracted if I know I have to go somewhere or be somewhere. So yeah, I tend to work better when I know that I'm not crunched for time. Any music faves that you've been listening to or have discovered lately? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were here for it, Maitri, but I have been listening to the Has Been Hotel soundtrack nonstop for the past like 2 days. I'm obsessed with it. But other than that, what else am I listening to? I have like a Right Now playlist. Oh, Charlie XCX New song, Von Dutch. So fun. Absolutely love. Can't wait for the new album. Love Charlie XCX. I've been listening to a lot of To Us, the new boy group from Pledis, who are like the little brothers to 17, essentially. I've been loving Twice. Twice, they released like a Killing Voice performance, and I was obsessed. I was like eating breakfast, dancing along to it, having a great time. And then I Got You started to play, and then I just started to weep. I was like going through it for some reason. I was like, what is happening right now? But yeah, love Twice. So yeah, unsurprising, lots of K-pop. But yeah, right, like this immediate right now has been Hotel soundtrack. Was literally listening to it before starting the stream. I've always been afraid to start with watercolors. I have Copic/Ohuhu markers and a million colored pencils instead. I'm still learning tricks with paper for watercolors. Yeah, switching from like markers and colored pencils to a wet medium is definitely daunting because it's like wet mediums are much more unpredictable. And there's like way more kind of little finicky things you have to keep in mind of like dry time and brushes and all that. But I think ultimately there's more, you can get more variety, I think, out of them than with markers. But I'm no stranger to marker, as I do love using them. But if I had to pick a favorite, definitely, yeah, watercolors and gouache. Acrylic gouache specifically are my favorites. So yeah, I'm just going with like a second pass on some of these areas to kind of create some shading and darken some parts, but because it's still, I guess, still a little wet, it's very feathery, which I don't love. So I might not do a ton of second passes with watercolor. I might just go into the color pencil, but hopefully the base of this outfit is mostly dry because I do want to use watercolor for that. I really need music recommendations also at the chat. Oh, I would love to know what other things, what vibes are we looking for? LOL, put my music on shuffle, K-pop and heavy metal. Amazing. I love that. Yeah, my shuffle sometimes is so funny because like the past 2 days when I'm listening to the Has Been Hotel playlist, it always puts DPR Ian, Don't Go Insane immediately afterwards. And I'm just like, you know, you're not wrong. I see the vision. Twice released a lot of songs. Yeah, I have been listening to like the whole mini album, but right now those 2 songs stand out because they're the singles. Loser, baby, or has been stuck in my head all week. So fun. I think Prisoner is my favorite, which is not surprising because like I think lyrically it's very pop punk, which we had talked about last week. But then sonically, it's got that like power 80s ballad, and I just love it. It's so catchy. So yeah, that one's my favorite. Do you listen to Nicki Minaj? You know what? I'm not a Barbie. I'm not a Barbs. I think that's the Nicki Minaj fandom name. But I like her, but I don't actually really like seek her out. I feel like a lot of songs I listen to Nicki Minaj, it's like she's usually like a feature. But yeah, I can appreciate her though, but I don't like actively listen to her. Hey Tina, we're a little late. If you didn't already say, how was the trip to Washington? Oh yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I went to Seattle, Washington earlier in the month for Emerald City Comic Con. It was very rainy, which is to be expected, but it was good. I really enjoyed being able to meet some of you guys in person at Emerald City Comic Con, and I'm trying to decide which brush I want to use. And yeah, it was cool to check out a new city. I ate a lot of yummy food, and we checked out some art museums. I did some thrifting. So overall, a pretty good trip. Has Been Hotel songs are lit. I'm obsessed right now. I love it. Matri, yeah, what's the music vibe we're going for that we can recommend for you? Honestly, I don't have a particular genre I prefer, but right now I'm listening to a lot of jazz, K-indie, city pop, but open to anything else here too. Ooh, variety. I love her Barbie song, but my favorite song from her is Anaconda, which has been my favorite song since 2014. Oh yeah, that is a very iconic song. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. I cannot recommend these groups / soloists enough though. Alexa, Dreamcatcher, You Kiss, Vix, Ali, Purple Kiss, B / Highlight, Newest, Mamamoo. Oh my god, I got to see Dreamcatcher live when they came to Toronto last year. So much fun. The girls were killing it. Yeah, Dreamcatcher is a vibe. I love it. Oh yeah, I'm glad I actually tested out the layering here on the tie because you can see it is very, very feathery and we do not want that for like the acid washing on the jumpsuit. So dang it. I guess it's still wet, but it doesn't feel wet. So, but I feel like going in with colored pencils is not gonna be quite as effective. Let's see what it looks like. Let's test. Yeah, I feel like watercolors is gonna be more effective. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna be right back, guys, because I'm gonna run to the bathroom and also fill up my water. So intermission for us all. And we'll be back to, I might also try and blow dry this actually while I'm taking my little break. And yeah, so I'll be right back for more painting and more music chat. I love chatting K-pop, obviously, so, and music. Music's fun to talk about. So I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Hello, hello, playing Wii music. Yeah. What is the Wii music? I can't, I'm like, my brain is listening to like the current music I have right now, but the Wii music is iconic. I love that. Let me catch up with the chat here. Oh, I recommend DPR Arctic's new album. I discovered it this week and I'm obsessed. Ooh, yes. K-pop and jazz combo. Maybe listen to Layover album by Taeyang. Oh, I still haven't listened to the new Taeyang music video, but I keep seeing clips of it, of him being like bitter about couples, and I'm like, that's me. Was it hard creating the discipline needed to do art full time? Yes, it is. I kind of had like a moment where when I initially started it, I was like doing too much, like I was working too much, and I was like not giving myself enough rest. And then I definitely went through a phase where I feel like I wasn't working enough. So it is definitely a balancing act of having the discipline to like set those boundaries with yourself, but also actually work. Because like in theory, I could just like sleep all day, but I, you know, can't do that in the reality of life. You got to see Dreamcatcher. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I want to see them so bad. They were amazing. Oh my gosh. The only thing that I wish, which I understand is like probably budget and whatever, but the only thing that I wish with Dreamcatcher was that they had a live band. I think that would have really like been the cherry on top. Do you listen to Mitski? I don't, but I am very familiar with that very iconic popular song that's been like viral on TikTok. The My love is my own mind. Yeah, I mean, yeah, hard. That's hard. If you live on TikTok, that song is hard to escape. Did you get any of the blazers you shared on stories today? The intense yellow one is super nice, and the baby pink one you said is too small. Looked like it fit if as a vibe, if not uncomfy. Thank you so much for you know, following my thrifting journey on my Instagram stories. So yes, I did end up picking up some stuff while I was there. Okay, so just to be able to chat and paint at the same time. So I did actually just blow dry this. So fingers crossed that it worked. We're gonna try. But yes, so the chartreuse, the filter made it look more yellow, but it's actually like a chartreuse, like limey green yellow. I ended up grabbing it. It had these like really 80s like shoulder pads in it, but I thought the color was just so fun, and yeah, so I did end up actually picking it up. Oh, the blow dryer worked. Look, it's crispy edges. Nice. Yes. Excellent. Oh, nope, it's feathering. Ah, dang it. It's not feathering as bad though. So the blow dryer did help. It's just not perfect, but that's okay. Or maybe the feathering is getting worse. I don't know. Yeah, okay. And yeah, with the kind of lilac blazer, it like fit me in the sleeves and the shoulders, but unfortunately my boobies were too powerful to be able to like button it up. And I think the beauty of that blazer was like when you buttoned it up, it had like really beautiful buttons on it. So I left it behind, and hopefully someone else can discover it and enjoy it. I think if I maybe load my brush up less, like not putting so much paint on it, it might help. Thank you for accompanying me for the past 30 minutes. I'm going to sleep now. Oh my god, thanks for joining. Have a good sleep. I'm sure you're probably gone by this point, but thank you. I joined the live. My notifications are so slow, but anyways, hello everyone. I hope everyone's having a good day. Thanks for joining. Sorry about the bad notifications. I made a story on Instagram, but yeah, it's hard to notify everybody. What's your favorite season? Oh, definitely fall. I'm definitely an autumn girly through and through. I love Halloween. I love the temperature in Canada during autumn season. It's like light jackets, you know. My birthday is also in autumn. So yeah, I am 100% an autumn lover. Yeah, I'm not gonna follow the reference photo exactly just because it's like impossible and there's no use in trying to make it exactly the same. But the yellow base really makes it look super fun. Ah, made it! Yay! Welcome, welcome! I'm stumped when it comes to my VTubers color palette. Like, I have all the colors, but I don't know how to use them. Yes, what's it called? Like, I forget what the term is, but just like, yeah, being like overwhelmed by choices. I would say how I often pick color palettes is like I pick one color that I want to be the focus and then try to like map the rest of the color palette surrounding that. And generally, if I'm stumped for color palettes, it's nice to go for a limited color palette to make it less overwhelming. Like in the case of today, this is a very limited color palette. It's basically two colors. It's like black and this like cream color and then like shades in between. What is holding your camera? Have you made a video about how you make your videos and would you be interested in making one? I'm mostly interested in how you record. I do have an older video on my YouTube channel showing how I set up my filming and record my videos and stuff. This is a tripod that has, what's it called? Like a horizontal arm. It's hard to see obviously in the camera, but I was actually mentioning this earlier to somebody else that I have a playlist that I've made for like an artist, what did I call it? Like an artist resource playlist where it shows like, it's like a ton of videos about starting a YouTube channel, starting Patreon, like running your own shop, how people set up their recording for, you know, filming and stuff. So there's lots and lots of resources out there. But yeah, I do technically have an older video where I did a setup, a showing of my setup. I love that you got the yellow blazer, and yes, I'm interested in the thrifting. Yay, thank you. Yeah, I like thrifting is so much fun because you never know what you're gonna find. And it's super cool to like pick up vintage or like, yeah, things from another era, or like discover brands that you'd never heard of before. So now I'm like really taking advantage of the flexibility of a round brush and just sort of changing up the pressure of my brush strokes to get these kind of organic shapes. Most of my stuff is thrifted, ages old, from a special brand, or literally from my grandma's wardrobe. I love that. That's amazing. You probably have like a really, really cool wardrobe. How many degrees is it in Canada when it comes to fall? I want to know. It depends on when, but my personal favorite is probably like, I want to say like 15 through like late teens for like, I'm in Canada, so Celsius. Because I find that's like when you were in like light jacket weather, or maybe, yeah, 15, I feel like is kind of the sweet spot for light jacket weather. And then 20 is nice if you like don't want to have a jacket. I don't know. It's been we're in winter right now, so, or I guess we're in spring now. It is starting to warm up a little bit, which is nice. I haven't drawn in a while, but I will be participating in the Frenemy contest. Yay! I'm so glad. Thank you, thank you. Can't wait to see your entry. Which, by the way, I had this question on Instagram. I haven't answered it yet, but I will, and I'll answer it here. Yes, you can definitely include boys if you would prefer. Doesn't have to be a girl. Could be any gender expression that you want the character to have. It's just fun to say girl gang, you know? Rival girl gang, but girl gang member, but absolutely can be of whatever gender you'd like. The colors I picked are pink, yellow, blue, and purple, but there are so many different combinations for hair color, etc. Oh yeah, that is so funny because yeah, pink, blue, and purple I think is my most commonly used color palette. So that is so funny that you also have a similar thing going. But I believe in you. I hope that it works out. But don't worry I'm sure it'll work out. I love the designs on his shirt. It's so cool, right? Yeah, I have a like a pink jumpsuit with this like kind of black acid wash situation, and it's so fun to wear. I just like feel like such a badass. Yeah, Hongjoon's fashion is chef's kiss. So good. But yeah, I knew that it was gonna be challenging but fun to try and recreate. Trying to make sure it looks organic and not too like contrived. I'm gonna try to figure out what's gonna be best for the contest you hosted. Let's hope art block doesn't show up. I believe in you. Hopefully it helps your art block. Gets the creative ideas going. My brain immediately went to an enemies to lovers trope. I love that. I am guilty of loving enemies to lovers tropes. 100%. What is everyone's favorite trope? I think enemies to lovers is my favorite, and found family, if we're like not going in the romantic route. Yes, kind of reminds me of zebra skin. Yes, yeah. Hi, Tina. It's so pretty. Thank you. Are the watercolor confections light fast? I've been eyeing them because of the magenta and cyan. I'm not actually sure. You'll have to double check on that. I have a feeling it might not be because of the magenta. Like, the magenta is so vibrant that it makes me skeptical that it is light fast. I'm actually using the Paul Rubens right now. But I was using the confections last time. But I will admit that the confections palettes, I think maybe because I am not 100% sure it's light fast, I usually only use it in sketchbook things. most of the time, I think. Have you gotten any more dolls after Draculaura? No, I just have the Draculaura. I'm trying to be good about being mindful of the things that I collect, and I think Monster High doll collection would be a very dangerous road to go down, but I do love my Draculaura. She's beautiful. For those of you who don't know, I was gifted a Draculaura doll for my birthday from my friends who are big Monster High fans. And they bought her because they said that she reminded them of me. And when I received it, I was like, oh my god, I love her. It is me, or at least like what I want to be. So yeah, I'll pull her out in just a second after I finish these pants, because I'm obsessed. She's so cute. She's everything I want to be when I grow up. Found family, rah! Same enemies to lovers and found family. You know, we've got taste, same taste, I love it. The same brain cell. I wonder what will your next live stream be after this one. If I'm still on the Has Been Hotel brain rot, it might be Has Been Hotel themed. Potentially. But I don't know for sure. Don't count me on that. Don't quote me on that, I mean. Have you ever played Fortnite? No, I have not played Fortnite. I'm actually having so much fun designing her frenemy right now. Ooh, yay! I'm so excited to see. Oh my gosh, this fabric is so fun. It's so fun. I'll definitely layer it up so that we get like different shades. So I think right now I'm like aiming for some lighter shades in there just to get some variety, but it is so fun. Found Family is my absolute fave. It's so wholesome, right? Oh my gosh, I just realized you guys weren't in frame for that part of the leg. Sorry. Okay. Definitely noted about doing full bodies is not always in frame. I also love angst and hurt/comfort because I apparently love pain. Oh, the angst, the angst. It's I understand what you mean though. Sometimes I'm just in the mood for that. It might be the pop punk emo brain from my my youth. Some of the best ships start off as enemies. I think that's why I'm an avid Zutara shipper, Zuko and Katara, because that's like a very delicious enemies to lovers that never actually ended up happening, but it did in my brain, my headcanon. Loving the texture on the shirt, Tina. Thank you! It's so much fun. Oh, I forgot to say that I bought fabric yesterday and I'm gonna make Injustice Regime Raven Cloak. It's gonna take some time on the hood. That is so cool! I'm excited for you. I absolutely am jealous and admire everyone who is able to make their own clothes of any sort. So cool. I wish I could do that. But I know that I'm not patient enough to teach myself, nor do I have the equipment to do so. But I am forever admiring people who do it. And that's why I love watching, specifically I love watching the design challenges on RuPaul's Drag Race, seeing the queens create their own clothing and designs from scratch. So cool. Gosh, now I've got so many ideas for a male frenemy with more androgynous fashion. I gotta focus on my VTuber though. I mean, that would be very cool. I would love that. I think that is what is fun about my Momo character, or any of my characters, that because I don't have stories for them, they're more like concepts. It really gives you guys a lot of creative freedom to do so many different things with them. So I'm introducing the kind of muted cream color again to create some shading on some of the parts here. And then actually, I think now after that dries, I think it'll be a good time to start adding the color pencil in. I think that'll give it like some really nice, delicious texture. I'm taking a live class to make a skirt. It's so helpful to have someone there to guide me. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, I hope that it turns out well. What does the skirt look like? Is there a pattern? What's the shape? The silhouette? I'd love to know. Buttons, zippers, pockets. Oh my god, Tina, now I remembered I wanted to mention that one of my fave characters in Avatar: The Last Airbender is Uncle Iroh. Is this an uncommon thing, or is there an Uncle Iroh fan base? Oh my god, you are not alone. Uncle Iroh is amazing. He is the uncle that everybody wants, in my opinion, I think. Or a father figure that everybody wants in their life. Like, without fail, the scene of him and Zuko when they finally reunite and Zuko thinks that he's mad at him and Iroh like just immediately gives him a hug and he's like, I wasn't mad, I was just like worried you had lost your way or something. Tears, immediate tears every time. Made it. How's it been going so far? Hello, welcome. We have made some really good progress. We have now officially been streaming for 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Has it already been 3 hours? Wait, I started at 1 to 2, 2 to 3. We're almost at 4 o'clock. Has it already been 3 hours? How did that happen? Guys, what the heck? Let me zoom out though. At least I have like an actual thing to show off, considering that it's been a while. It's been kind of a long time. He looks pretty decent. I realized I think I did make the head a touch too small, so it makes him look a lot taller than he is. Our magical short king. I'm sure he'd be happy about that. But is he looking like a JoJo Bizarre Adventure character? I kind of love it though. I bought a vintage 90s, 70s pattern. It's a button front A-line mini with big front pockets. Oh, that sounds amazing. I love that style so much. That's gonna be really, really cute. Forget Adult Gang. I need a series about Uncle Iroh. You know what? When I was listening to one of like a Avatar: The Last Airbender commentary video, someone mentioned that like, yeah, instead of just redoing the story that we already have, like they were like, why not do like a series about Uncle Iroh, like when he was younger, and like, you know, the failed siege on Ba Sing Se or something. Like that would have been really cool. Also, I don't know if it's because I'm getting old, but when he got all buff in prison, it was kind of hot, like for his age, of course. I love that for you. I mean, I will say, it's been pretty funny seeing how so many people with Daniel Day Kim's casting for Firelord Ozai, everyone's like, Daddy Firelord. So yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, they're not wrong. I have gotten a basic head shape drawn for my frenemy, just guidelines. I'm so easily distracted. Oh, don't worry. I mean, that's like the name of the game with my live streams is pure distraction. But in a way, I feel like doing these live streams keeps me on task because otherwise I would be distracted by other things anyways. So the live streams actually sort of help me in a way, I think. I've mentioned this many times, but I love painting shiny things. It's so fun. Look at that boot. Isn't that crazy? Art is pretty magical. Like adding in these shades and then suddenly we have like a textured, shiny leather boot. And then over here, it's just a solid color boot. Prison Iroh was a good vision of how he looked when he was younger, and Firelord Ozai was always unfairly attractive. Like, how are you evil and good looking? You know, I feel that way about a lot of villains when they're, you know, attractive, and I'm like, why? Why? I feel like, yeah, I love Geto from Jujutsu Kaisen. Villain. Not supposed to be rooting for him, but got my guinea pigs on my lap as I'm watching A Good Day Indeed. Ah, guinea pigs! What are their names? Guinea pigs are so cute. My friend used to have a guinea pig named Chocolate. He was very cute. I'm actually using a design I made for a character a few months back because I feel like she fits Girl Gang. Ooh, yes, we love repurposing characters. Absolutely. Imagination plus art equals pure imagination. Yes, absolutely. Are you into Star Wars? I do like Star Wars. Unfortunately, have not been really keeping up with a lot of the newer Star Wars stuff, but I am a Star Wars fan, I would say. Their names are Sage and Bram. They're my cute little boys, the loves of my life. Aw, so sweet. I love the noises that they make. It's so adorable. Yeah, with Star Wars, I remembered I loved the first season of The Mandalorian, and then the second season was good, and then I did not finish the third season. It just like did not retain my attention. And then I tried to watch Andor because I had heard a lot of people really liked it, but it just like, it couldn't keep my attention for some reason. I think I had heard that they're making another Rey movie? Is that right? Which is, I'm kind of surprised by, but curious about, I guess. Those boots are looking juicy. Love the boots so much. Thank you. Me too, actually. Hence why, again, I love painting shiny stuff. It's just like, I don't know. There's something in my brain where when painting it and looking at it, I'm like, I love it. It's so satisfying. And I think this is where, like, again, the round brush really shines because you're able to get all these, like, really organic shapes with the changing of how much pressure you put on it. It's so... Things like this, I'm like, ah, yeah, this is why I like to paint. This is why I like being an artist. Like, moments like this where you're like, ooh, delicious. Off topic, but the stream has made a bad day into a good one. Thanks, Tina, and everyone in the chat. That makes me so happy to hear. Thanks so much. And thank you, chat, for always bringing in some good vibes. This is exactly the reason why I was keen on doing another live stream this month, because I like genuinely had so much fun last time. And I was like, let's do it again. I don't have plans today. Like, I didn't have any like prior plans for my Saturday afternoon. So I was like, let's hang out with the live stream gang. And I have no regrets. I'm having a great time. Okay, now, like, the boots are really stealing the show. I think we need to kind of bring in some of this dimension to the rest of our boy here. So it's actually been quite a while since we did anything with the skin. So I think maybe that's where we need to put in a little bit of focus now. Zoom in here. So I think at this point I might go ahead and start using the colored pencils. So I'm just gonna set this over here. Well, can't close it because it's still wet. I will forever remember Ming Ward. That was a big highlight for me. Like, that was the highlight of my week. That was so freaking funny, guys. So for context, I actually added it as like a little like a funny bit at the end of my most recent YouTube video. But initially, this Mingyu portrait, I didn't have like this like really warm skin tone on him, and like I was like ready to close the live stream, but I was like, he looks like Edward Cullen from Twilight. And then like last minute did like a bunch of washes. It was so funny. Hung Jun Colin Wen. Hong Jun is just, he's serving too much to be Edward Cullen, if anything, but he's giving more like, maybe like an Interview with a vampire, or like Alucard or something. He's just serving too much. I'm totally enjoying myself too, and actually I've gone off my butt and opened my Himi gouache set, and I'm gonna use your brush set. Yeah. Yay! Actually, you know what? That's the perfect time. I feel like, I mean, even though I said like don't worry about a perfect time, but using my paintbrushes while during a live stream, I think is a good time to try them. Oh yeah, I was kind of mad at how his mouth ended up looking. I wonder, I don't think I can fix it, but I can try. Let's see. I think I made it worse. Let's see if I can fix it with a colored pencil. Maybe, may not. I just made it too low. If I wanted to be really adventurous, I could introduce gouache, but I think that's too much. And honestly, the face is really not the focal point of the illustration anyways. It's so small in comparison to the rest, so I really shouldn't fuss about it too much. So let's not. Let's just move on. Oof, Interview with a Vampire are my favorite type of vampires, right? Right. I still haven't seen the HBO show, but I loved the movie with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. I am not usually a Tom Cruise fan, but he really fit the role in the movie. It looks exactly like the picture. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Don't panic, otherwise it'll happen. You got this, girl. Thank you. Oh, my dog is whining to be let out. Guess I must pause drawing. Thank you for agreeing on Tom Cruise. I haven't seen the show either, but honestly, I don't want to. The movie is too burned into my brain. I think I would have a hard time adapting to the TV show too, just because, yeah, the movie is also like very at the top of my brain. I've never read the book either, but I have heard that people really liked the TV show. So but I do think it's a very different take than the movie had. Now we're at the point of the stream where you're seeing the top of my head because I'm like getting close to this, getting close to it. Getting ready to design my VTuber outfit now, my fave part. Ooh, yeah, love doing outfits. Hongjun's nose is definitely very distinctive, so I want to try and capture that. Ooh. I think that helped, actually. Nice. I was able to kind of uplift the mouth a little bit with the black, and now kind of the off-kilter of the red sketch sort of just looks like shadow or shading. Sweet. And then his upper lip is actually puckered just a little bit there. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, all right. The books from Anne Rice are okay, but I couldn't get through all of them for the series. There are so many, I honestly got a little bored personally. That's fair. Yeah, that's valid. Okay, wait, I love my frenemy character. She's so cute. Oh, yay, I'm so excited. I'm gonna watch some tutorials to help me improve myself because I feel like I want to do realism and semi-realism because I've been struggling with random art styles and it's a struggle. I think that's definitely a great place to kind of like refresh because in my mind, your style really does come through after you kind of like figure out the foundation and like the fundamentals, and then that's where you slowly start to figure out how you want to stylize realism essentially. So I think you're definitely heading in the right direction for sure. Someone in a live stream before had said that your art style is your way of shortcuts, and I think that was like a very good description because yeah, shortcuts essentially it's how you simplify something or you translate something into a more stylized way. So yeah, I think it was a really good way of describing it. Okay, as promised, we are going to fix kind of the hair here. Get those hair strands a little bit more wispy looking. Also, I guess I need to address the white part. I will actually bring back the watercolors for that just a little bit. Very very subtle gray color. Because it's like a silver. His hair is like silver right down the middle, but because we're seeing like kind of a profile, we're only getting like a little glimmer of it on the side there. Yes, definitely did. Gives him a little smirky smirk. Yeah, exactly. It's like very distinctive, the little curl in his mouth, the way the shape. Oh, I love it. It's so fun. He looks so cheeky. Wow, the pencil really helps with Hongjun's likeness. Yay, thank you! That's definitely what I was hoping for. Yeah, because even though I said that because the face is so small, it's a little bit harder to get the likeness. But you know, we're gonna try regardless. Every member in ATEEZ has a very distinct nose. That is so true. They really do. I love ATEEZ for that. Like, they all are, it's really true that it's so cheesy, but like 8 makes one team. Like, it really does, because they're all very, very different from each other and bring like a different, unique flavor. I'm erasing the mouth just a little bit because I want to, I didn't mean to erase that much, but the lower lip, I want it to be a little bit more subtle, like in the reference here. Am I doing too much now? Did I just mess this up? Hold on. Okay, maybe I need to stop while I'm ahead. Let's leave it alone now. I love your art and your energy. Yay, thanks so much. What are some hot anime characters I could find that y'all would recommend? Oh my gosh, Chad, we have been summoned. Hot anime characters, let's think. There are so many. I feel like Jujutsu Kaisen is just like overflowing with hot male characters. Like Toji, Nanami, Gojo, Geto, just to name a few. Sukuna. I'm suddenly drawing a blank though. I'm trying to think of more. My art style is quite specific. How I found mine was by drawing in realism and then drawing super simplistically, and then I guess my brain just made up the style I do now. Yeah, it's just like finding that middle ground of like all your different inspirations. I feel like I don't have an art style because I switch everything up so often. I'm used to realism / semi-realism, but when it comes to actually messing with the proportions, I can't seem to get it right. Honestly, I made a whole YouTube video about it. Like, I'm here for multiple art styles. Like, I think it makes you more versatile as an artist, so I'm here for embracing all the styles that you have to offer. The Full Metal Alchemist characters can be fun. I am an FMA stan. I am here for Full Metal Alchemist 100%. Roy Mustang. We love Tengen. Tengen from Demon Slayer. It also depends on your type. I feel like a lot of people love Sesshomaru from Inuyasha, but I was always a Koga girly, if we want to do a throwback. Rengoku is my fave from Demon Slayer. We love Rengoku! We also love that Mingi, when he did his, Mingi from ATEEZ, when he did his like red and yellow hair, he said that Rengoku was the inspiration. So we love that for him. Lloyd and Yorf from Spy X Family, absolutely, very hot power couple. Also, Tina, if you see this, I've learned a lot of things from you, and they really help a lot. You were an art teacher. Yay! Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I've been able to help you on your art journey. That makes me happy to hear. Oh yes, I want to bust out my white paint marker to do the symbol on his armband. Okay, I will be right back. I just have to run to the bathroom because I've been drinking a lot of water, but I will be back and we will continue to discuss Hot Anime Man because that is truly what I'm here for on this earth. Okay, so in my defense, and I've said this many times that I have a tiny bladder, but in my defense, I have to drink a ton of water because when you think about it, with these live streams, I'm talking nonstop for like 4 hours straight. So I think it's fair that my tiny bladder can only handle so much water. But also I have to keep drinking because my throat is like so parched from all the talking. The Wii music continues. Yes. I remembered when my friends and I were actively playing with on the Wii, we made Wii characters of all of our friends in college and just like watch them interact with each other. And we would just like die. The entertainment was the things that we got entertainment out of were so simple. Inuyasha was my Inuyasha crush. Aw, cute! I love that. My favorite was when Inuyasha would go to the human world and she'd make him wear a ball cap. I don't know what it was, but I found that to be so adorable. That was my favorite version of Inuyasha, was when he was wearing the ball cap. And just like the energy that he had when he was in the real human world, or like modern world, I should say. He just like had this like very endearing quality to him. I like hearing your voice. It calms me while I draw. Yay, I'm glad. Thank you. I lost my blurring tool and I just found one in my storage and now it's gone again. Oh no! I hope you're able to find it. Human Inuyasha though. He has my heart as well. You're so right. I almost forgot about Human Inuyasha. It was really special when you got to see Human Inuyasha because it didn't happen often. I love that a lot of the K-pop boys are doing nail polish. I'm here for it. I'm also matching with him. I have chipped black nail polish on too. It's like so grown out and chipped. I really need to fix that. But I just haven't had the energy to do it. Nail polish is for everybody. Oh, Hongjoong Core. I know, right? Like, so real. My bias. Same brain cell. Now I'm suddenly thinking of Ouran High School Host Club. Oh no, that's a rabbit hole. Alexis, I love Ouran High School Host Club so much. It's like unbelievable. Oh, I love that series so much. Who's your host of choice? For me, it was Tamaki always. Kyoya is my host, honestly. Oh, spicy! He's a fun one. He's such an enigma. I love him. Hikaru was close second. Yes, we love the twins. Hikaru, I really enjoyed as well. Actually, I really like Haru too, because he had this like kind of more, kind of like quiet maturity to him in the background. I like that about him. Wait, no. Kyoya was second. Crap. Hikaru was the one who like more purposely pursued Haruhi, and then Karu was the more like kind of laid back one when you separated them. Yeah, Karu makes sense if you also like Kyoya, because they're a little bit more kind of have that like quiet confidence to them, I guess. Have you been to any Japanese anime comic cons or any you would recommend I go to? Like, are you asking for comic cons in Japan or ones that are Japan specific? Because if you're looking for like a comic con but you want like more Japan kind of centric stuff, I would definitely just recommend like ones that are anime cons. So it depends on where you live as well, but like comic cons are more broad. I find that like comic cons or fan expos, they're like, you know, comic forward, and then anime is sort of like a subset. But if you go to an anime specific one, like there's Otakuthon in Montreal, there's Anime North in Toronto, tons in the States, tons all over the place, but those are the ones I'm familiar with because I live in Ontario. There's one, what is it called? There's a big design art show in Japan that Emi Richu made like a video about on YouTube, and it looked so cool. But I don't live in Japan, so I'm obviously not able to go. And don't have any like current plans to go to Japan anytime soon, as much as I would love to. But yeah, if you just like look for anime convention in your area, that's where you're gonna want to go, probably, if you're looking for more like Japanese forward. Because yeah, anime conventions and comic-cons do, I think, bring slightly different crowds. Whereas like Comic-Cons are more broad and then anime is more specific. But both are fun. Just depends on what you're looking for. Have you seen the live action of that show because it's hysterical? I have not seen any live action Oran High School Host Club. I haven't seen a lot of anime live action, I guess, just because I have a little bit of an aversion to them usually. But I am glad to hear that's funny, because that is very important and very integral to Oran High School Host Club, is that it's funny. I forgot to give him his bracelet. Can I just throw that in? I think I can. Let me grab my paint marker. You know what? I have this really satisfying chrome silver paint marker that I never use. I think that it's time. It's time. I think it'll be really good for this. Because as my fellow 18s will know, Hongjoon and 80s in general, they love accessories and jewelry, so it's very important that I do that. There's DreamCon in Texas and MomoCon in Georgia. Those are the only American ones I'm familiar with. Kai, I actually applied to MomoCon to table, and I unfortunately got put on the wait list, but I was hoping to go, sadly. Do you watch Disney Channel? If so, what's your favorite Disney show? So in Canada, we have something called Family Channel, which would play Disney Channel shows and Nickelodeon and like kind of a mix of stuff. And I ate that shit up. I loved the Disney Channel when I was growing up. I don't watch it actively now, but I think my favorites were Kim Possible, That's So Raven, Wizard of Waverly Place, Hannah Montana, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and loved The Weekenders and Recess. Yeah, loved those shows, like that era, because that's when, you know, it was when I was in my preteen and high school years. Oh, I loved High School Musical and Camp Rock as well. Those were on when I was in high school, so they were like perfect timing. The live action for Oran High School Host Club is a bit older, and they made it as cheesy as possible. Aw, amazing! I love that. Did you know that chrome silver is Sunghwa's favorite color of all time? This is true. I do know that. He loves chrome silver. I feel like as a Sunghwa bias wrecker person, when ATEEZ comes, I'm gonna try and deck myself out in as much silver as I can. I don't own silver clothing, but I do have a lot of silver jewelry, so for him, I will do my best. I love that there's like a clip of him, Sunghwa and Yosang, I think, and like it was like after an award show or something, and they were both wearing a lot of silver, and Sunghwa's like, it's so pleasing for my eyes. He's so silly. But yeah, this silver pen is so fun. I don't use it very often, but I should. The camera doesn't fully do it justice, but you can kind of get a sense of the shininess there. Oh, I can use this for his earrings too, actually. Perfect. Hi Tina, how are you today? Love the Hongjoon drawing. Thank you so much. I'm doing great. I'm having a great time drawing my man Hongjoon. We love him. How are you doing? Happy to have you. Don't forget cement for Mingi. I love that Wanties episode where they're doing some kind of like craft, and the instructor is like asking for their favorite colors, and Mingi is just like cement. And then Woo Young's like black. And she's just like, wow, give me nothing. So funny. And then Sweet Song is like purple, and she's like, oh, thank God. I almost went to MomoCon, but I couldn't because of scheduling conflicts. I bought the 4-day pass and everything. Oh no! Kai, I hope you're able to resell them to somebody. That sucks. Have you watched Austin and Ally and Jesse? No, those shows were after my time. So like by that point I was like in like full adulthood. So I didn't watch those ones, but I'm aware of them. Not that like watching Disney Channel shows has like an age cap or anything like that, but you know. I don't have cable anymore, which is when I like lived with my mom and we had cable, I'd be watching the Disney Channel. Oh yes, that clip for Wanties lives in my brain rent free. Oh my God, Tina, our brains are connected. I see you. I see you. It's the 18-y brain rot. I have to buy at least 3 art prints from every convention I go to. I mean, totally valid. I think, like, purchasing art directly from the artist in person is like such a special moment to have, because you get to like interact with them and then they get to like meet you in person. It's just like so nice, and that's why I like being able to do conventions here and there when I can. Obviously, I appreciate online orders and my Patreon just as much, but there is a very unique experience to doing it in person. So I love hearing, you know, that you support the artist when you go. That's awesome. And what I loved hearing too when I was doing Seattle was a lot of people were telling me that they go just for the artist alley, which is amazing. The aisle that I was in during Seattle Comic-Con, I was two or three booths down was the voice actor and creator of Invader Zim. And so there was like huge lineups that would happen periodically throughout the day. I actually never watched Invader Zim, but I understand that it was like a big cultural moment for a lot of people. So that was interesting to see. I can't resell the passes because you use your IDs to check in and they have to match the name that you use to buy the pass. Oh, dang, that sucks. You can't transfer it or anything? Man, that is rough. Like, I totally understand why they would want to do that, but that makes it difficult when, you know, your plans change. Well, I'm sorry you weren't able to go. It's a bummer. I adore Artist Alley. I always spend most of my time there. It's great when artists I bought from years ago come back too. Yeah, totally. It's like you kind of get to catch up with them, see what they're making. There's I distinctly remember because I have some BTS prints that I've made and sell at conventions and on my store and stuff. And I remember this girl coming by my booth at Fan Expo Toronto, and she was like, oh, I really like these. She's like, but I'm like I'm a Stray Kids fan. And she's like, I hope that you get around to doing some Stray Kids ones. And I was like, oh yeah, I love Stray Kids. Like, I'm totally going to do that. And then the next year had passed, and I unfortunately did not have the Stray Kids ones yet. And she was like, you didn't do it. And I was like, I'm sorry. So That's on my list. I want to do ATs, I want to do Stray Kids. That's like the priority. And then if by some miracle I have time, I'll try and squeeze in some more. But yeah, that's the priority. If I can manage it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That's a lot. That's already a lot of people to do. I'm a broke K-pop stan. We're all broke K-pop stans. It is an expensive hobby, guys. Like concerts, merch, all that stuff. It is not cheap to be a K-pop fan. It is very expensive. Like, there's an app for all the ATEEZ members, like to watch their live streams and stuff, and you have to pay for each individual member. That is crazy. That is crazy. Criminal. I don't subscribe because I just can't do it. But dang. Look up that video of Jay from Day 6 when a fan called out they gave all their money. Oh. See, I can't, you can't blame the K-pop artists because they don't have any control over that kind of stuff, but still, it's rough. I remember buying one album from this group called EXO, and I just gave up because of the prices. Aw. Oh yeah, EXO is, that's where Kai is from EXO, right? K-pop fan and cosplayer here. My bank account is screaming. I was at that concert. It was hilarious and so accurate. K-pop fan, cosplayer, and artist. Oh my god, broke life but happy life. You know what? That's key. If it brings you joy, then it's worth it. That's important. So long as it brings you joy. And you know what? K-pop, cosplaying, like those kinds of things are really rooted in community. And so I think those are very valid things to be enjoying. Wow, this black color pencil is like the MVP today, I think. Let me zoom out here. I thought I was going to get around to another portrait. That is not happening. We spent so much time on this, but you know what? I'm really happy with how it's turning out, so I'm pleased. And we're actually going to be able to finish it, which is nice, because I don't always end up finishing the stuff that I work on during live streams, so if anything, that just means a part 3 to fill out the page. I think I'll give the non-K-pop fans a break, though. I think the next live stream will not be K-pop related, specifically for the actual art part. We'll always talk about K-pop at some point, but for the next live stream, art-wise, I'll probably do something else. EXO used to be 12 members. Yes, Kai is one. Yes, I recognize like EXO used to be a lot bigger and now they've pared down. Like I think a lot of Chinese members left, and a lot of them are in the military, I think, right now. But yeah, I'm not as familiar with EXO right now. You said Kai and I was so confused, got too focused on my art. Rova. Any multi-stands here in the chat, please raise your hands. Me. Multi-stand beyond belief. It's hard out here being a multi-stand, for real. It's hard to keep track of everything. TXT is having a comeback soon. 17 is gonna have a comeback in April. I think Stray Kids might be coming back for There's a lot to keep up with. You can't see me, but I'm raising my hand to the skies. Hongjun looks really tall in that picture, right? He looks just like 80% legs. He would be so happy to hear that he looks tall. Also, his boots. The boots have heels on them. But you know what? This is like a perfect example of knowing how to style yourself and posing and styling. Like the pose I think really helps elongate, and then the tall boots. Yeah. Hongjoong, our short king. We love the shorty in blue. I'm raising my hand. The chat in these live streams must be enough to turn non-K-pop fans into haters. LOL. Poor them. I'm sorry. I know, K-pop fans, I mean, just fangirls, fanboys, like, we are so feral and unhinged when it comes to the things that we consume. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry. So, a quick count of groups and soloists I listened to, 117. Wow. I will say I do listen to a lot of groups and soloists, but I don't follow them super closely. But I do follow, a handful of groups to, where I like watch the variety shows and know all the members' names and maybe know their zodiac signs. Making a page about two OCs who meet in their timelines going well. Oh, cute! I have moved on from designing my frenemy to drawing some flowers. Cute! Didn't turn me into a hater, I'm just intrigued. Hongjoong POV, he's an anime man. Yes, when I was working on the sketch earlier, like when it was just the sketch, I was like, he kind of looks like an anime villain. Which I think kind of suits his stage persona. But yes, I think now introducing this black colored pencil will help give some extra texture to everything. But you know me, I love hopping from topic to topic, which is why these live streams are kind of perfect, because I can throw out like something that I'm doing, interested in, and like usually somebody in the chat will be into it. Bye guys, I have to go edit a video and post it. I had a good time being here with you guys. Yay, thanks for joining. Everybody check out the Frog of the Forest new YouTube video when it goes up. Hongjoong, lock your doors, I'm coming for your wardrobe. Oh my god, for real. He keeps, every so often, he talks about like his theoretical clothing line, and I'm like, my guy, I need you to release this now because I will buy all of it. You know that fashion line is gonna pop off. It's gonna be so good. Hongjoong and Songhwa, fashion icons. Who's your favorite YouTuber? I don't know if I have a favorite YouTuber per se, but I have been really enjoying watching like thrifting and like fashion YouTube channels. Before coming on the stream and I was eating lunch, I was watching It's Yo Homegirl. She's actually from the US, I think, but and I believe she's Latina, but she actually lives in South Korea right now. And I love her sense of style. It's like super colorful, kind of has like a retro sense to it, and she does a lot of thrifting. I also really love Steal the Spotlight. She loves anime and K-pop and thrifting and putting together really, really fun and unique outfits. So I really, really love her, and I feel like I get a lot of inspo from her styling videos. I also love Kathleen Illustrated. She has kind of like a... how would I describe her style? I'm not really sure, but it is definitely like really quirky. And also like very... I think all of her wardrobe is thrifted, which is super cool. Have you watched Hunter x Hunter? It's my fave ever. Mila, I'm so sorry. Okay, so I tried to watch Hunter x Hunter, like the new release of it, and I don't know. I couldn't stick with it. I think I was having a hard time like latching onto a character, and for me, I find that I'm a very like character forward type viewer, so I need to be like really invested in somebody to get into it. And yeah, I just wasn't like being able to latch onto any of the characters. But I know like people love Hunter x Hunter. And it's like a very influential series for a lot of newer shows that have come out. I do not watch Draw with Jazza. No, I actually don't watch like a ton of art YouTube channels lately. Full-time leader of ATs, part-time leader of Demon Line. Yes, I love Demon Line. Oh my god. Like literally my bias line in ATs is Hongjun, Sunghwa, San, and Mingi. I didn't draw for a long time, but I did a sketch of Bomgyu the other day. Wanted to finish it on his birthday, but I didn't. Aw, that's so sweet. Happy birthday, Bomgyu. I'm obsessed with that TikTok that him and Yeonjun posted of the twin. Where have you been? Nobody knows me like you. It's so funny. Oh, God bless them. I love that trend. I think it's so funny. Like, I don't even know the full song, but it's just so good. Oh, that's so fair. I'm the same way. Mila, who's your favorite character in Hunter x Hunter? I'm curious. I want to give another shot. Well, I'm gonna run. Friends want to play Lethal Company, so I'll work on my frenemy later. LOL. Thanks for the lovely stream and conversation. Thanks, Alexis. Have fun with your friends. Yes, it is. I really love to draw him. I really gotta finish it. Have I drawn Bomgyu before? I think I have. Hold on. Let me see. I might have. I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream soon as well, actually, since we're like pretty much. Like, this is, like, pretty close to being done, essentially. I'm kind of just, like, fiddling around with it at this point. But let me see. I think I've drawn Bomgyu before. I think. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Was this Bomgyu or was this Taeyang? No, I think it was Bomgyu. I think so. It doesn't really look like him. I think it was Bomgyu. It might have been Taeyeon though, and it doesn't look really like either of them. And then I also attempted this Subin over here. Open mouth smiles are really challenging, so also didn't quite get him correct either. But in any case, I will get around to drawing all the members of TXT slowly but surely. I left the stream just to make a paper blurring tool. Aww. At least it works. Good. I'm glad. Wow, 4 hours. I know, right? No, I always get so sad when the stream ends. I know, me too, honestly. I mean, that's why the live streams go for so long. But we'll fiddle around a little more. I'm like I don't need to go like right now. But we are winding down though. Kurapika is my fave. Honestly, I had a similar problem to you at the start, but eventually it grabbed me in, and then I was obsessed with all the characters. Yeah, maybe it's a slow burn. I guess it's a slow burn. Kurapika, I think that makes a lot of sense because he has like a very clear character arc. Like you can see he's like on the revenge path. I do like Kurapika, and I liked Killua as well. Hisoka is terrifying to me. Like, he makes my skin crawl. Which I guess is a sign of a good villain. That looks just like Bomgyu. Oh, yay! Thank you, Mila. I'm glad. I was like, I'm trying to remember. I finished blocking out the outfit. Now for hair. Yay! Good job. I thought you were going to add the same background as in the picture below. No, I think I'm going to not do a background. I think I kind of like him being a standalone. And we don't have time for that. How many languages do you speak? I speak English and Spanish fluently. I have learned a bit of ASL and Chinese and currently taking Japanese. I've also wanted to learn French or Italian. Wow, amazing. Good for you. I honestly really admire people who know multiple languages or enjoy learning languages. I'm terrible. I only speak English fluently. I technically learned French because I am Canadian, so we learned French in school, but I did not retain much. And I am learning Japanese on Duolingo, but not diligently enough to a degree where I could hold a conversation, but I am learning stuff. And I have like a 700-day streak or something on Duolingo, which I'm very proud of. And then I understand like the tiniest bit of Vietnamese. I unfortunately lost all of it when I started going to school. Yes, Killua definitely my second fave. Hisoka is deranged. Okay, good. I was like, I have to be careful about what I say about Hisoka because some people are like, I guess like Hisoka apologists or something. I don't know. Like some people love him. And maybe they love him as a villain, but it confuses me. But I guess I also love Geto from Jujutsu Kaisen, so. But they're different kinds of villains. So excited to see you draw TXT. Yay! I love those boys. Oh my gosh. I once tried to draw Taeyeon from TXT and it ended up looking like exactly like Nikki from Enhypen. Like, how does that happen? Oh my god. I talked about this last time. Hold on. Okay, I gotta show it because it was just so funny. I had the exact same thing happen. I tried to draw Bangchan from Stray Kids and it ended up looking like Kyo from B1 Harmony. And I'm like, how did that happen? Like, it's so weird, right? Hold on. I like it without the background too. I want to stamp your Hongju onto my face, please, and thanks. Thank you. I'm actually really pleased with how this turned out. Like, it's really satisfying. But yeah, Nikki from Enhypen has like such a unique face. Like, it's so distinctive. I love it. Yes. So I tried to draw Bangchan and it looks like Kyo from P1 Harmony. Like, hello? What? I think it was the eyes. Yeah. I didn't get like Bangchan's eyes right. Oh yeah, I see it. Right? Isn't that so funny how that happened? I was like, what? No, I do not know Korean. I know like 안녕하세요 and 감사합니다. Like I just like know like a couple random words and like random words that I've picked up from K-pop. But I should learn a little bit more before I go, since I'm gonna be going to Korea, hopefully at the in the fall with some of you, right? Some of you, huh? Hopefully. Love to have you come on my Korea trip. No pressure, obviously. I enjoy him on screen as a character, but as a person, jail now. Exactly. Hisoka should, yeah, jail. 100%. Yeah, I love Posca markers. They're so much fun to use. I'm writing a horror/fantasy romance novel, but I suck at designing characters for it. Aww. I mean, I think a lot of people probably have the opposite problem. I think a lot of people are love creating characters, but then have a hard time putting them into plots. So I'm sure that I'm sure you'll figure it out. They're twin brothers separated at birth. I really need to get into P1 Harmony more. I'm a very casual P1 Harmony fan, but I'm very familiar with Kyo. I think because he is a fellow Canadian. I feel like I kind of have to, like, out of being Canadian, I low-key just like keep an eye out on all the Canadian K-pop boys, like Jacob and Kevin from The Boys, and Mark Lee from like the NCT verse. Oh my god, do I see Hwasa there? Oh yeah. I didn't post it on Instagram, but I made a video on my Patreon page. So my Patreon page, I do exclusive YouTube videos. And so what happened was I did Jackson Wang here, and then I posted it on Instagram, and then I asked everyone let me know in the comments. I was like, who do you want me to draw? And then I got a Bang Chan and I got a Hwasa. And then so I drew them on my Patreon exclusive video while I talked about all of my streams of income as an artist. Long-winded, I know. But I like to have a visual for my YouTube videos, even if I'm like just talking about something else. But yeah, in case anyone didn't know, I have a Patreon page where I post exclusive podcasts and videos and like behind the scenes sketchbook pages and stuff. Like all of these like sketches I post on my Patreon page, and then share my favorites on Instagram and stuff. I also attempted a Sunghwa down here, but it does not look like him. Sunghwa has been kind of challenging. I think the eyes, it's the eyes again. The nose, I think, is probably, or maybe I didn't get the mouth. Yeah, I think maybe it's the mouth. Anyway. In my art class, I color a whole background with Posca markers. They turned out great, but it's a lot of ink. Yeah. It does take up a lot of ink, but yeah, Angela Pan, I think, is a great artist who does like full-blown illustrations with paint markers. They're really, really beautiful. Oh, I see what you mean. I do see Bang Chan in there, but there's a little bit of Kyo in the lips. Sometimes it's hard to pinpoint. Yeah, I know, right? I really like Soul's vibe, and Jungseok sounds like a great rapper. Kevin and Jacob are so fun. I love them. Right? The little Canadian line. So cute. Angelica, if you need help with the characters, use some personalities and make them how you see for your book. Yes. Kyo is mother-coded. He has so much sass. He is very sassy. I think in my mind, the true K-pop male K-pop mother is Sunghwa, but I definitely see what you mean with Kyo. He is very sassy. It's so funny. I gotta go now, but thank you so much for answering my questions. I had fun. Hope everyone enjoys what's left of the stream and has a great day. Thanks for joining. Have a good day. Also, Tina, where's the doll at? Oh, yes. Au revoir. Yes, you're right. So earlier, I was asked about my Monster High doll that was gifted to me, Dragulora. Hold on, let me fix her. Let me get her ready for you guys. But isn't she just perfect? Yeah, okay, just for the full picture. So this was gifted to me for my birthday from my friends who are Monster High dolls. And they couldn't have picked a more perfect Dragulora doll because, hold on, I'm gonna pull up a photo from my birthday that, let me see if I can find it quickly. Because I was like, oh my god, this is so me. Okay, it's kind of... Whoa, sorry for the extreme zoom. Let me... Do-de-do. We're doing this on the fly. Because live. Oh my god. Can I fix... Can we figure this out, guys? Yes, okay. Oh my god. Yes, I went ham on the decorations for my birthday. The theme was K-pop / Y2K. So I basically turned my studio into a photo shoot room. And yeah, so I have some really iconic movie posters that I printed out, as well as K-pop posters and stuff. I posted, because, you know, Y2K energy. So it got Mean Girls, Charlie's Angels, Freaky Friday, and then I had like TXT, 17, Stray Kids on the top, and then a bunch of BTS magazine pictures. But yes, so it was crazy because like I feel like the outfit I wore for my birthday just felt very in line with this Dragulora doll. So when I opened it up, I was like, oh my god, it's me! Or like what I wish I was. So anyway, super cute, super fun. I totally forgot about the doll. I know, right? She looks so good. I love Hwasa. Thank you. No, I only finally got done spraying my himi with water and stirring all the pots to have the colors fresh for your brushes. Aw. Do you have Cabbage Patch Kids? No, I don't have any of those. Honestly, Dragulora has the best Gen 3 Monster High design. I love the two-tone hair. I've always talked about how if I were to, you know, in a perfect world and I was able to, like, you know, do my hair in some kind of way, I would love to have basically this Hongjun, like, split dye hair. But it would be insane to maintain. Also, she has, like, the cutest little backpack. And I actually have a coffin-shaped backpack. So funny. Spot on. I did not watch the new Mean Girls. I'm not sure if I will. I think it might be good to watch it with friends, like, to stream it and just, like, have it in the background, but I heard that it was, like, fine. Like, I didn't really hear a lot of necessarily great things about it, and the original Mean Girls is just so good. Okay, now I want a coffin-shaped backpack. So fun, right? All this Dragulora is missing to look more like you is Brat's boots. So true. Yeah, that is very true. You know me so well. I am definitely in favor of a big, chunky, stompy boot. Mean Girls 2004, I had watched it and it was good. Yes, the original Mean Girls is so iconic and so funny and very quotable. I love when something looks like me, not looks, but resembles the part of me in a way. Yes, exactly. That's how I see the Dragulora doll. Like, I recognize I don't look like that, but like the energy and the aesthetic is there. I think I saw an Instagram user that made coffin backpacks and there was white with gold and black. Yeah, the coffin backpack that I got actually is from someone I follow on Instagram. I joined their Kickstarter. They made like a whole bunch of different colors. It's like an Ita bag, an Ita bag, where you can like put pins inside. It's so cute. I love it. I always get compliments on it when I am out and about with it. I see a sad face on the stick. Oh no. It's meant to be like a skull. So it does look like a sad face though. I see what you mean. I think like the mouth, yeah, this is, I was like envisioning it to be the nose, but I totally see what you mean, that it looks like a sad face, which honestly is kind of on brand for me. So that's super funny. Okay, the last finishing touch honestly is the insignia symbol on the armband. So let's do that. Can I draw a perfect circle? Ooh, pretty good. Wow, pretty good. And then it's like, there's a circle again, let's see. Right, and then it's kind of like a compass, right? I think is what it's kind of symbolizing. Close enough, you know, good enough. Now all I can see is a sad face. That's so funny. You know what it kind of looks like? It kind of looks like in The Little Mermaid when the souls that Ursula keeps like in her cave, those like little squiggly like soul seaweed looking people. That's kind of reminds me of. You captured Hongjun's mouth so well. I really love this piece overall. Yay, thank you so much. I was concerned about it, but I am also pleased with how it ended up turning out. We did not end up getting more than one thing done, but I'm very pleased with how the one thing that we did get done turned out. Yeah. Wait, I looked away for a second and the armband looked so good. Thank you. Hongsula. Yes. Absolutely. We love. Yeah, this turned out really pretty good, not gonna lie. I think the reference, like I think his face is more cheeky looking, like he looks a little bit more mischievous in the expression, but I'm not mad at how he turned out for my version. And I definitely gave him like some serious anime proportions. Like he is all legs. Like it's crazy. I'm excited to see the armband you make for the tour if you do make it. Yes, I do envision that for myself. Like I have a vision where I definitely want to wear silver jewelry for Seonghwa. Probably some kind of blazer moment and then the armband. I'm so excited. I just need them to release the tour dates so that I can spend all my money and go. Hint of JoJo in there too. I know, right? I actually haven't watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but you know, I've seen. I know what it looks. I know what the characters look like. I only watched the first 2 episodes, and then I was like, I don't know about this, but I've heard it's good. People love it. The stick was a fan who didn't pay up. Victim. Winglord and Hongsula will forever be next to each other. Yes, who will be next? Who will be next? I'll have to wait for next time, obviously, to fill in this part. It's either gonna be someone from Stray Kids or someone from TXT, I think, is my vision. Because this page is like my bias, you know. I also have our little Jungkook over here. I'll do maybe another sketching session in the future where I just do like a page of ballpoint pen portraits or sketches on this side. I think that'll be fun. JoJo as Cruella Hongjun. Yes. That'd be so funny. Someone should do that. I'm sure someone's done that. Like the ATEEZ members in like JoJo Bizarre Adventure style drawings. The first season of JoJo isn't the best season. Okay. Yeah. I've heard that like not all seasons are created equal. But I'm kind of like completionist, so I like to start from the beginning when I watch stuff. Is there anyone you haven't done in Stray Kids? No. I have drawn all of them. Hold on, before we go, let's do a little tour. I have officially, or I have technically drawn all the members of Stray Kids in different capacities, but I actually did do, let me see. I have technically drawn all of them before. Some of them I only drew the one time though, so I will have to do more in the future. Oh, here we go. So a full Stray Kids spread. I do, you know, it's very satisfying in that way when it just, the numbers work out. Like with BTS, there's 7, so it's uneven. But with ATEEZ and with Stray Kids, it's an even 8, which is like, for my symmetry brain. So we got Bangchan, Hyunjin, Seungmin, which I definitely did not get Seungmin's likeness here. This was my first and only time drawing Seungmin and IN, but it's not quite there yet, but you know, we'll try again later. We got Felix. Felix is actually pretty good. We got Han. Han, I think I got his likeness pretty good as well. And then Lino and Changbin at the bottom. This was Changbin before he got super buff, like for the reference photo. So he's a little bit kind of slimmer and kind of sharper looking here, but we all know Changbin has beefed up quite a lot. So he's got like a fuller face now. Lino looks the same. This is Lino. Wow, you're really good at capturing their likeness. Yay, thank you. Do you like any characters from Marvel Universe? Oh, I was really, really into Marvel at like its kind of heyday. Like when I went to see, I watched Marvel, I've seen Infinity Wars like more than once. Not in theaters, but like I really, really enjoyed it. Like I watched all of those movies. And now post Endgame, I have not been like, the hype is not the same anymore, unfortunately, so I have not kept up with those. But yeah, I loved like Guardians of the Galaxy, Captain America, Thor. Like I loved all those movies. I mean, I didn't love all of them equally, of course. There's always going to be favorites, but I was like really into them. Oh my god, stunning. Your Felix looks exactly like him. Thank you! Yeah, I think that's actually the first and only Felix I've drawn. Yeah, a lot of these are only the one time, but I will continue to do more in the future. I vote Chan for the next one. I do want to do like proper portraits of them all. But yeah. We'll either do Bangchan or Subin, perhaps, here. We'll do a vote next time when I work on this page. Like I mentioned earlier, just to like not alienate everybody who is not a K-pop fan, I'll probably do a non-K-pop related art stream next time. My goal is to draw them all in Venom music video fits because Changbin in that art already. Man, the Venom music video is so good. Like, chef's kiss. So good. I love that aesthetic. The like, you know, the like patent leather or PVC, like super shiny and like harnesses and like that kind of edgy vibe. I'm all about it. As much as I adore your finished paintings, I also love your highlighter and ballpoint pen sketches. They have so much character. Thank you! Yeah, they're so much fun to do, honestly. And like an interesting challenge because I try not to erase, I can't erase. Hyunjin hair is giving. I love how I did Hyunjin's hair, actually. I usually don't approach hair like this that often, and I really need to because I really like it, where it's sort of like chunks. It's more like looking at it like a chunk as opposed to like strands of hair, like shapes, like more voluminous shapes, I guess. They look exactly like the actual Stray Kids members. I listened to a lot of their songs in 2022, like them all. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm trying to do the same with the members of 17. as well. Oh, actually, here's a page of some Avatar characters, actually. We got Sokka and Zuko, and then an Azula at the top. But I've been trying to do the same with 17 with mixed results. I've kind of gone through these before, but since we're pretty much done, we're done the Hongjun drawing, and we're just gonna close out with some sketchbook page. So I've been doing an entire page per member, so it's taking me a little bit more time, but it gives me room to keep trying to figure out the likeness each time with mixed results, obviously. But yeah, I'm going in their order, like age order. And yeah, so it's been fun. And sometimes heartbreaking if I really don't get the member right. But yeah, so we're getting into, yeah, this was a very cursed Mingyu up here. I don't know what happened. But yeah, so we're almost done though. I need to finish out these pages, and then I did this Sungkwan the other day. At first I was like, it doesn't look like him, and then I posted it and people were like, I see it. So Froggy, yes, our Ming Hao with a little Froggy plushie from a fan meet photo. And yeah, so Dino, I have not drawn Dino at all yet. Dino is very last. So we will get there though, eventually. But yeah, that is gonna be it for me today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for however many hours, minutes you were here. I can't believe I always say this, but it's amazing how long these streams end up being, but it doesn't feel like it's been long. It's already 5 o'clock, almost 5:30, that's wild. My stomach is grumbling though, so I know time has passed. It's time for dinner. So yeah, I appreciate, I started using brushes. Yay, thank you. I'm glad. I hope you like them. Thank you everyone in the chat for the good vibes, and I will be posting a couple more YouTube videos hopefully this month, but for live streams probably won't be happening until next month, so for April. As always, I don't know exactly when the next live stream will be, but keep an eye out on my Instagram stories, my YouTube community tabs, and on Patreon is where I will post about when the live stream will happen. But yeah, if you're new to my live streams, I always keep them up for you to watch later. So I have tons of live streams on my channel for you to go back to if you want to watch more content like this. I joined pretty late and still had an amazing time. Take care of yourself and eat something tasty. Thanks so much. Have a good day/night, everyone. Thank you, Tina, for this live stream. As soon as I saw your story, I was like, crap, I'm gonna miss it, but thankfully I didn't, and I'm glad I had company during my time working on sketches and I had fun. Yay, thanks so much. Enjoyed being with you all. Thanks for being with me. Almost 3 a.m. here. This was so much fun, Tina. Thank you for the stream. Oh my god, Matri, I'm so sorry it's so late for you. Your stream made my day. Thanks, Alana. Bye, guys. Thanks, Newton. Okay, I will, I'll see you next time. And, yeah. I'm gonna go eat dinner now. Bye-bye.